Good morning, good morning. My name is Ronan Vector. If you couldn't tell, here back exploring your timeline again, playing some more Final Fantasy XIV, trying to catch some fish, trying to be the best damn fisher I can be. It's slow going, but we're getting there. Good morning, Bravo. How are you doing, buddy? What's going on in your life? Let's see, I'm trying to fix my window here. Or not, what the hell? I'm still getting used to this software. Go here. There we go. Alright, so we're picking up with some more fishing today. Just missed our window for the fish in the South Shroud. And according to my weather app, Thanalan is no go. And we've got about, let's see, we got about 2 in-game days before the Shroud is ready. And Thanalan's a no-go for now. So, in the meantime, what we're going to do is do some ninja class quests till it's fishing time. You know what that means. Amateur voice acting time. Yeah, I went up quite a few levels off stream, so we got some class quests to do. Some classing. Alright. Let's see. Class quest. Where it is. Everything look it up, doesn't it? I want to say it's near. Let's say it's in Limsa. Somewhere here? Don't rightly remember. Where to find out. Oh, it's putting on my worst pants. These pants are superior. Don't pants me, bro. Yep, it is here. Once in a while, get something right. Yeah, I know. Except now my camera's blurry. What the hell's up with that? Here, let's see if I can't fix the autofocus. It's always something. Yeah, let's see if I can't fix that focus. Oh, how it got so blurry. Let's see. It's not that. Keep the lens pretty clean. Something to do with my autofocus here. There we go. Damn, autofocus ruining my life. Alright, so let's get this quest going before I start any comic book shenanigans. Yeah, how you doing today, Bravo? What's going on in your life today? Welcome back, Rex. You may enter. Alright, it looks more like a kid. Although most of these people look like they're either real old or just children. Like, early 20s children. This guy's supposed to be my master, and he looks like he's like 18. Just saying. Good. You got any special plans for this weekend? After much soul-searching, Oboro has reached a resolution. Ooh, new ability. Some armor. Allows the execution of a single ninjutsu without consumption of mudra charges. Does seem useful. And it buffs the damage. Alright, I could use that in my life. Ah, Rax, your return pleases me. I feared I might miss the chance to bid you a proper farewell. Yes, we will be taking our leave from your realm. My mission is complete, and Tsuname's wounds have all but healed. Tradition dictates that we return to our elders to deliver tidings of our success. Redbeak's last words? I will not lie. At first, they weighed heavily on my mind. But in the end, I am a shinobi. I came to this land to perform a role, not out of curiosity or spite. Mayhap Master Geke still lives, mayhap not. It is no longer my concern. Karasu is dead, and with his passing, it is time to close the curtain on this chapter of our lives. Before I leave, I would ask one favor of you. There is a place I would visit before we depart your realm. I would go alone to gather my thoughts. Could you pray look after Tsuname while I'm away? Her condition has much improved, but I would not take any chances. Thank you, Rax. I am a tall motherfucker, I'm realizing. Concern is most touching, but I am quite fine, Rax. In fact, it would seem that the injuries I suffered were not nearly as grave as they appeared on first glance. It would appear that Karasu meant more to fan the flames of Obaro's ire than to cause true harm. Speaking of Obaro, have you seen him about? It is not like him to disappear in the midst of our preparations for departure. Alone with his thoughts, you say? Where do you suppose he might have gone? Shit. Fool Falls. The place where you two practiced? Yes. Oh wait, the place where the two of you practice? Yes. He always had a fondness for waterfalls. Yes, that must be. It must be. Rax, Obaro is not himself of late. Perhaps I worry overmuch, but I can never forgive myself if something ill were to befall him. You will go look after him for me, will you? Why don't you do it yourself? I seek not to change his heart, if his heart is truly made up. I only wish to know his true feelings, that I might support him in whatever humble way I can. Oh. So she doesn't want to be lied to. I get that. quest here. See where this dude is. Of course, there's no... Oh, there's a crystal. Oops. And I gotta say, I love the level design of Final Fantasy XIV. I've played a lot of MMOs, but they do a good job, like, kind of maintaining the aesthetic of Final Fantasy without managing to be a full-blown, like, Final Fantasy single-player game. I like it. I think they got a good balance here between functional and looking good. Alright. What are you doing here, Rex? I took you for a man of your word. Tsuname sent you, didn't she? It looks like I was the fool for thinking I could fool the two who knew me so well. Ever since that day, that is the only place in the world I can find a moment's respite from the turmoil that rages within me. And yet, the instant the sound of crashing waters fades from earshot, it all comes flooding back. You have proven yourself a true friend to us, and a worthy shinobi in your own right. Answer this for me, Rex. For what, for whom do you wield your blade? For myself. A clear, unwavering answer worthy of you, Rex. Yes. Why fight if not for that which you believe is unquestionably right? I speak in earnest to you, Rex. Our battle with Karastu, his dying words, they left me a changed man. I can no longer deny what I have become. For so many years I questioned nothing. Tradition, custom, my mission. I was a shinobi, a blade, and a blade does not think. I shut off doubts, the emotions that threatened to rise to the surface, and told myself this was true presence of mind. I lied to myself no longer. In confronting Karasu, I confronted myself. Looking upon Tsuname, lying battered and beaten like my countrymen so many years ago, I felt a single, all-consuming desire to visit retribution upon those who wronged us, and to do so by my own hand. I have made it my decision. I shall go and face the truth, for it is only in doing so that my heart will ever know true peace. I will go alone, and I will hear no more of it. You and Tsuname have sacrificed more than enough for me. If it is Master Gekkai that I find at the end of my journey, so be it. One or both of us will die. It matters not. Either way, my mind will be at rest. You have been a true friend and ally, Rax. Farewell. Who are you doing that for? Obaro. Is it Obaro or Oboro? Probably Oboro. Or... Look at me, Rax. It is as if my legs moved of their own accord. It is just as I imagined. Oboro means to confront Master Gekkai, even if it costs him his life. He has made his decision, and I will not stand in his way. but neither will he stand in the way of mine. Whoever Oboro fights, I will fight beside him. If it is not too much to ask, pray lend your strength to us this one final time, Rax. You have proven yourself a true shinobi, and your blade, unfettered by tradition or convention, may just be what turns the tide of battle in our favor. Obaro did not say where he was heading, but we already know, don't we? Karasu's last word. Last words. Candle keep Quay. Let us see what the guards there might tell us. Some different areas. Happenings of late? Not as such, save for a small private vessel scheduled to dock tomorrow at the crack of dawn. Other than that, it's all pretty quiet around these parts, as it's wont to be. Funny thing though, you're not the first one to ask that question. A milkmaid, a fairly comely one at that, came by not minutes ago asking the very same question. A milkmaid? The fuck's a milkmaid? Is that so? The milkmaid is one of Oboro's favorite costumes. As we might suspect, he's one step ahead of us. He's dressed as a chick, that's fucking great. If we could rendezvous with him somehow, it would give us the advantage in numbers, and yet the risk of exposing ourselves to our foe is too great. We should observe from the shadows until Master Gekkai reveals himself. I will take up the position on the western shoreline. You take to the high ground and keep watch from the promontory over there. Between the two of us, that should cover the Choir Quay. I'll take the elevator. Hey, who let them out of Kingdom Hearts? Right on. How's it been going? Who goes there? Show yourself. I know a rat when I smell one. Master Gekkai? trust that I'm speaking with the Garland Empire's chief of espionage and covert operations. None other. But you can call me master if you like, young one, for old time's sake. You're full of surprises these days, young one. Though Boro I knew would have been on the first ship back to Doma once Karasu caught his last Ka. You look sturdier than I remember, with a bit gaunt in the cheeks. Are you getting enough rest? You always work just a bit too hard for your own good. All these years, it was you. You who taught me the way of the shinobi. You who I loved as a father. Why, Master? Why? Why else? For our village, of course. I simply made the choice that any true shinobi would make. Don't tell me you require a history lesson, young one. Since the time of our ancestors, the shinobi have served many masters. For many years I served Doma. Then, when the time was right, I chose a more powerful master. Fortunately for me, and our village, my services were high in demand. Have you never wondered why, Oboro, why when the Doman Rebellion was crushed by the Empire, was our village alone spared against Garmeld's wrath? It was because of my actions. I protected us where the entire nation of Doma could not. Protected? You betrayed us all. The people of Doma trusted us. You know how many Domanians died that day? We swore our lives to protect them, and you sold them into the slaughter. Do you feel nothing? Not even a twinge of remorse at the massacre you brought upon your own countrymen. Countrymen, what is Doma to me when weighed against the ancient and glorious history of my fellow shinobi? History is littered with the husks of fragile men who gave their worthless lives to bring glory to their betters. I had hoped against hope that Karasu was wrong, that his story was not but the twisted lies of a sad fool. But no, I was the fool. Master, no, Gekkai, for you are no master of mine. In the name of the souls of the untold thousands whose blood is on your hands, I declare your life forfeit. Revenge, is it? Revenge for foot soldiers and peasants. Is that what this is all about? That's why you lingered here like a festering boil after your allotted mission was complete? Forsaking your role for some selfish plant of fancy will not earn you many friends back home, Aurora, nor here. The more time I spend in Garmel, the more I realize that the Empire quite suits me. There is something to be said for a culture that values merciless strength above all. I've won over quite a few loyal subordinates. Poor little one. All your lofty words, and here you stand alone. You are alone because you are weak. He has no subordinates. This is true. This isn't an army after all. But Oboro has something you will never have. Comrades who believe in him and the ideals for which he fights. Name, how did you... Not just me, Oboro. Rax, too, has come to fight by your side. Comrades? You would choose the company of a glorified sellsword over that of a master who made you what you are? Oh, how far my pupils have fallen. For the one who has fallen, Gekkai. Rax fights with a sense of honor and purpose that you have long forgotten. Superhero landing. Bad for the knees. Rax, I cannot begin to express my gratitude. My friends, my comrades, I am honored to fight at your side. Let us show this false master what true strength is. Today. For nothing. What is he doing? Battle Clone Jutsu. Well, bitch. Tsunami, Rax, thank you. It is through your belief in me that I was finally able to believe in myself. And Barasu, you had a hand in bringing this chapter to a close. You may be gone, but you are not forgotten. Aw, that almost sounds like a eulogy. It almost makes me wish I were actually dead. Karasu, you still live, but how? Well, when it comes to playing dead, I did learn from one of the best, you know. I See, but why vanish only to return? Oh, just an undelivered present. This is the fifth and final piece of Rax's traditional garb. Let it never be said that I don't complete my missions, even if it's just playing delivery boy. Wait, Karasu, the elders who named you traitor to our village. They were simply blind to the truth as was I. If I explain, they will surely see reason. Please, let us return home together. What's this now? Now, that wasn't in the script. How soon we forget, Obaro. I was not the traitor, no, but I did follow him. That makes me just as much as a traitor, at least in their eyes. Perhaps so. At the same time, you risked your life for what you believed in. We're not so different, you and I. Holy shit. I don't think I've ever heard the good guy say that. In, like, at least 1,000 years of my being alive. Well, 500. Still. The sentiment is most touching, but my answer remains no. The village was always a bit too cramped for me. I preferred to spread my wings on a grander stage. The honorable deeds of my present do not erase the terrible crimes of my past. I was a spy, an assassin, quite a good one, I might add, and for all the blood Gekkai has on his hands, mine are nearly as red. In the Elder's mind, you had one mission, Obaro. Why complicate the matter? Bring this back, and tell the others what they want to hear. The traitor Karasu Redbeak is no more. Slain at your hand. You will be welcomed as a hero, while my fate will be even grander. I will at long last be free. So he's given up his powers. It's a big move on his part. If that is how you would have it, Karasu, then so it shall be. But this I promise you, slowly but surely our village will change. I will take what you have learned and build a village that honors all of our fallen. A village you could be proud to call home. Just don't get too cocky now, or I'll have to come back and put you and the whole village in its place. I look forward to that day. Let us meet again on the battlefield and pit our ideals against each other as we did that day. He's got a pet bat. It's a nice touch. Okay, I guess we're going back to the storehouse. Don't let me in on it, why don't you? Look at that, kind of a happy ending. Welcome back, Rax. You may enter. It's strange, Rex. All this time I believed I was instructing you in the way of the shinobi, and yet, now that it is all done, I feel that I should be the one to call you teacher. Thanks to you, I finally achieved true clarity and presence of mind. My blade is stronger for it, and more important still, I now understand what I truly am fighting for. Body or mind, by any measure, you are as every bit as my equal as a shinobi, save for one final technique which I will now impart to you. Kasa, kasa, Kasatsu, using it to rearrange the energies channeled into your bodies and unleash powerful ninjutsu techniques one after the next. But be warned, in our tongue, it means quite literally life and death. Which one it means for you will depend entirely on your presence of mind. And with this, I believe we both satisfied the respective sides of our initial agreement. We will return to our village, which means I must bid you farewell. Though perhaps not this day. I would see my home change for the better and introduce new ways of thinking to complement the old. But before I can, there is still much I must learn about this land. I will go on ahead. I will report to our elders the success of Oboro's mission and inform them that he will return as soon as he recuperates from his wounds he sustained in battle. With the soul crystal that Karasu gave us, no one will doubt the success of our mission. It is a flawless plan, if I do say so myself. Yes, how fortunate we were that I thought of it. Never change, Oboro. Promise me that. And with that, Rax, it seems that it is I who will bid you farewell. You've been a true friend, and my heart awaits the day when we shall meet again. But you will return to give Oboro lessons from time to time, yes? I'm not convinced that his bows are as masterful as he seems to think. Hey. Like a good one to get. This concludes the ninja quest for Final Fantasy XIV. Look at that. Looks like I got the next one ready to go. I want that somewhere more relevant. Guess I'll keep it there for now. Kind of used to everything. Oro has been pondering how you might grow as a shinobi. Rax, you are welcome. I can tell your devotion to our art has been absolute, and I sense a greater power awaits you. But I have no new ninjutsu to teach. You alone can awaken the power inside of you, but if you do, our art will be in the very beating of your hearts. I learned much and more whilst I was a shinobi of Doma. Mayhap you would find your own way if your blade served a master. Such thoughts will have to wait, however. Not minutes before you came through those doors, I received this missive from Jack. He bid me come to Limsa proper with all due haste. Join me, Rax. Your path will begin at the Rogues Guild, and mayhap returning will spark something new within you. Ah, cool. So I get all my old masters start hanging out now. The old pirate mates. But I'm going to take a little break. I will be back in a minute. Got some soup to check on. I'm back. I swear we're gonna get to Death of the Family. I'm just trying to power through these class quests before, you know, other stuff happens like fishing. I swear I'm gonna. Oh wait, I can just return. You know what? I gotta check on the market anyway, so let's do some Death of the Family. Actually, wait a minute, I'm not selling anything because I'm not selling fish right now, so I don't need to check shit. I don't need nothing yet. Never mind. Take it all back. These guys are real pricks. Alright, it's been a while since I've been here. My old guild master. Captain Jack, it has been too long. I never did thank you properly for obtaining the ancestral garb of the shinobi. Ho there, I was wondering when you'd show up. And you brought Rax. How you keepin', lad? Bene, now, I need a wid with Oboro. There's a thief on the loose in La Eorzea who's fast. Too fast to be a regular old rook. You have my sympathies for your problem, of course, but why summon me? Well, as I was told it, the only one doing the cloyin, I don't know what that word is. Well, as I was told it, the one doing the cloyin ain't from Eorzea. Came from the far east, judging by the garb. How very strange. The journey is too long to be undertaken lightly. I wonder what drove them here. Who knows, but here's the rum thing. This cove's ninja, by all accounts. A ninja? How uncanny, it is uncanny how much of your thief sounds like me, Jack. Why, if I did not know better, I would say I was your culprit. Aye, so your daddles where I can see 'em. So get your daddles where I can see them. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Couldn't help be a bit of amusing there. Of course, I don't actually suspect you. Truthfully, I just wanted to see if you knew anything. What could help me with the case? That I would be taken in so by that I would be taken in by so obvious a ruse. Well, if the thief is God, I can speak good, I swear. Well, if the thief is a shinobi of the Doman origin, then I might know of him. Would you allow me and Rax to aid your investigation? With pleasure. Things will go a bit smoother a couple dimmer dammers like you on board. Why don't we go and see what the victims got to say about our rook, eh? Mulfa Keffa's the cove we want, and we'll find him over at the Summerford Farms. Ha! It's been a good while since our last job together, Rax, and I'm looking forward to having you along. I'm a synth. I'm a malfunctioning synth. I'm like a first-gen synth at best. Alright, where do you want, man? The weather is just not good for fishing today in the game. Not for a long while. Anywho. And who, pray tell, are you? Yes, you, the gloomy-looking fellow there. Are these your people, Jack? Can they handle this matter with the guild's customary sensitivity? Aye, I reckon so. Roxir is one of the guild's newer lads, and your gloomy-looking cove, or a cult, just joined up, so to speak. In that case, bring me back my orb. It's one of a kind, and they stole it from me. Two nasty thieves with a Far Eastern look to them. And after I spent a bloody fortune on it. The nerve of those two, falling upon me just as I was on my way here. The fiends ran to the northeast, thrice as fast as my men could. I want them found and clapped in irons, damn it. God, pushy little bastard. Well, we best get after them. Then. If they are foreigners, they won't know the lay of the land. Might be as we can use that against them. Catch up before they hop the twig. No need to be shy if it comes to blade work, but don't mill them either. We need to find out why the rook's cloying from the honest folk. Wow, they did not make it far. Or I guess I'm just tracking. You find a set footsteps heading toward the northeast. serial killer or suspect? Hey, she's like me. I don't think I've met one of my own people in a quest in a while.
Well, well, you're a dimmer mort, make no mistake. So why's you've taken to Cloyne? Never a win for Jack, is there? No, it's always a stabber. Yes, that's her, the thief. Ha! I knew taking this to the guild was the right choice. Sadly, this means our relationship is at an end. It would be inconvenient if you were to learn how I came by the orb. Sellsword, your skills are required. It'd be my pleasure. Jack's one to be reckoned with, but not when he's got two fledglings at his side. Me trusty trident will do for 'em all. Well, them's choice wits from a double-crossing bastard. No, neither ye mind being called fledglings.
Not in the least. It will be all the sweeter to make him eat those words. And he is a more fitting foe than some silent maiden.
Bluster and rage all you want. You won't be going gently into the night.
They didn't even bother make us fight him. He's such a bitch. Ass up.
Well, ye did ye wrong, my dimmer mort. Seems we owe ye an apology.
Little chocobos are a nice touch. You have my thanks, but I didn't need your aid for such brutes as these.
Your bow, then it is true. You are from the far east.
Have we met by any chance? You seem familiar. You're telling me you could forget meeting a dragon lady? That looks like that? I don't think so. Your accent makes you a shinobi. Or, your accent marks you a shinobi. Akage, explain the situation. You were right, you were... you were the lot who were chasing us. Scary being chased, but, right. Why we're here... This is Yatsuri... This is Yatsuri Yugai. Yatsuri Yugai no Yuki. Yatsuri Yugai no Yuki. Yatsuri Yugai no Yuki. If I understand your customs, you call her Princess Yuki of the Yatsuri clan. God damn it, I'm never going to say that right. She's left her lands to search for her family's treasures. They were stolen by bandits, you see. The Yatsuryugai clan. You are very far from your domain, princess. Tell me, why make the journey? I have no time to talk, not while the identity of the bandits still eludes me.
You need only know that I have taken back 3 of the stolen treasures, and I will leave when the other 2 are mine. Very well. Your reasons are yours to keep. But I cannot leave you without a sworn dagger, Princess. And I know just the person to do it. Rex, will you not aid Princess Yuki's mission as her shinobi? As you know, we are blades, and missions are as whetstones to us. Though through duty and service, we sharpen our skills and our minds. This is the next step on our path. The princess is a stranger here. She can trust no one save you. Your mission is to guard her with your life and return her safely to her people. What say you? Sure, why not? I was looking to help someone lay an egg. You think me naive enough to trust Shinobi? When Doma fell, we all saw your daggers in its back. Come, Kage, leave the traitors. Been like that ever since we got here. Well, why, she'll barely let me pack her bloody clothes. I understand why she refuses my help when it comes to fighting, I suppose. I'm no warrior, but she does have her limits. Everyone does, Papa or Princess. So I'd appreciate it if you lend me a hand keeping her, well, alive. Of course, my friend. If her life is in danger, send word here. Rax and I will answer. I'm much obliged. You have no idea, but I'd best go. She'll have my head if she catches me chatting. I'll be in touch. Biting back far eastern bubbles. What was bitten? Jesus Christ. Biting back far eastern baubles. What was bitten? We'll need to whittle more from that dastardly duo, I expect. The guild will tip a daddle to track down the bandits that cloyed the treasures. Thank you, Jack. When you have something, you know where to find us. Shall we, Rex? So you're saying you would help her lay an egg, Bravo? Is that what you're saying? Because she is a dragon. Pretty sure dragons lay eggs. I ain't no learned doctor, but... I had heard of Yuki, yes, Sir Yuki before, the pride of her clan, pursuant princess of the Far East. If even a tenth of the rumors are true, she has reason to deny our aid. But somehow you must earn her trust. Someday her life may depend upon it. The path ahead of you is long. Your resolve cannot falter. I will help where I can, but from this day forth, you must devote your entire being to protecting Princess Yuki. Delivers an attack with a potency of 100 to all nearby enemies. Combo action, Death Blossom. Akagi has summoned us, Rax. Princess Yuki is attempting to infiltrate Salthound Stronghold. He would have us save her, to use his words. He has managed to delay her near Mimarun's trading post. I trust you know the place. Let us away with all haste. There it is. And I am knocking these out. Oh, someone's got some cards for me. Give me your cards. Got quite a few. Oh, any of these rolls. One down. I forgot I got new stuff. Have what I need. I wasn't trying to be in a fade, dick. Let's see what that would look like. Kinda neat. It's too bad he can't dye it, though. The regular one even be dyed? Yeah, you can't dye him. That sucks. That's not bad. Alright, what other card? Two left. You want more evil. Like Dr. Evil? Like you need frickin' laser beams? Laser. That one. do you have so many cards? Wow, this guy sucks. Oh, there's another. Need one more. Guy like trying to be shitty on purpose? What's with this NPC? Yeah, I know. Super mutants with frickin' laser beams? I want 1 million caps. Could change, I don't know what leader would be best for that. Some raider leader. Make Dr. Evil a raider. What's going on with the AI today? It's like suicidally dumb. The first card I've seen it take. Alright, I think it's safe to say I can put on some Comicstorian here. I think Death of the Family is an alright.
Harley Quinn looks around the room, which is illuminated by a single light bulb, calling out into the darkness, asking if the Joker's even there. No one's seen him in a year, not since he cut his own face off in Arkham Asylum. She looks around confused. He asked her to come to this place, but it's dark and it looks like no one's here. What do you want me to do, Mr. J? She asks nervously. Something isn't quite right about him. He calls out from the darkness, asking her to take off all of her clothes. And she does as she's asked, stripping down to nothing. And then she waits. He hands her a suit and some platform shoes. And as she puts them on, she realizes that she's going to be about the Joker's height and appear to be about his build. Mr. J, I'm gonna look just like you. And he steps out of the shadows and exclaims, "That's the point, just like me." But there's one thing wrong. Your pretty face spoils the reflection. I'll need to remove it like my own. And she asks him nervously once again, "Will it hurt?" Only to have him tell her, Oh yes, tremendously. You'll never experience a worse pain in your life. But the worst part is the eyes. Your eyeballs will dry out without their eyelids. And you'll always need to keep some eye drops handy. But don't worry, at first it's gonna be fine since the blood will keep your eyelids moist for a while. She panics and screams, "No, I don't want to do it!" But the Joker moves too quickly, and before she can react, she sees red. But it didn't hurt. He put the Red Hood's helmet on her. He has plans for her. Got her good, didn't he? Commissioner Gordon walked into the police station like he would for any day. He got his coffee and his donuts, and he was discussing the latest cases with his fellow police officers. When he looked at the end of a hallway, and he sees a man that he slightly recognizes. All of the lights go out, and everyone realizes that the Joker is in the room. But as the sound of a hammer thuds against skulls and bodies begin to hit the floor, no one knows what to do. No one knows how to react. Shots are fired, but don't seem to hit a mark. And eventually, the lights are turned back on, and there stands Batman over Gordon. Where is he, Jim? But Gordon looks at Batman and he says he's gone. And he told a joke. Oh God, Batman, he told a joke.
Alright, lay it on me, princess. She's gonna be pissed. Finally, it's not easy keeping the princess in one place, you know. Incredible. This is why you had me wait, Akagi? I thought myself clear. I neither need nor want the help. Go home, Shinobi. Princess, now that we are here, surely there is no harm in telling us your plan. Oh, we'd be happy to. It's a long story, too. Rumors have been swirling about your black markets about things that sound much like a clan's stolen treasures. It's hard to pin down the rumors like that, though. We've also gotten word that some group of pirates, the Hounds of Sol or some such, keep records of the black markets. I don't need to tell you how valuable those could be. Of course, a certain someone is all set on slipping into the camp by herself, but I can't see to letting that. Not again. Always sneaking off on her own like that. Seeing as she's already gone, we cannot stop her. However, we might still lend her aid by clearing obstacles from her path. Here, Rex, smoke bombs. You will catch the attention of the nearby watchmen if you set these off near the camp. Incapacitate them, and the princess may pass unnoticed. Ah, a fake attack. My axe is for show, mainly, but I'll help where I can. Very well, Akagi. Go east, I will go north. We will rendezvous to the southeast of Poor Maid's Mill when done.
Batman returns to the Batcave just in time to see the television come on. A man in Joker face paint is reading a teleprompter. He announces to Gotham, "The Joker's back. He was gone for a little while, but he has returned, and he will kill the mayor." And then the Joker shoots the man dead on live television. The Bat family calls in trying to tell Batman that they can help him. They can help him find the Joker. But he simply tells them, it's fine, he has this. It's between him and the Joker. Batman sets up the police force in the mayor's office, and they seal every entrance and ensure that no one gets in or out. Everything seems to be going just fine, until everyone inside of the building begins to vomit and die. The entire police force trying to guard the mayor suddenly falls over and dies right in front of Batman, all with a twisted and demented frown on their faces, not the usual smile that the Joker goes for. After sampling the toxin, Batman realizes that the Joker is pointing him back to where it all started, the Ace Chemicals factory, and once he gets there, he only finds a person and the Red Hood outfit. "You're not Joker," he exclaims, and he jumps at the Red Hood. But the person in the Red Hood outfit exclaims, "It is here that you helped me remove my false skin to become the man you know me as, the Joker. But once again, you're too slow. You were too slow to save the policeman, too slow to save the mayor's men, and you're too slow to play with me. You've grown fat and soft, Batman. You can't even keep a bunch of old birds from roosting in your city and trying to take control. Your kingdom is rotting beneath you, Batman, and it's causing you to frown. Don't worry, I'm here to save you, to help you focus. I will save you from your allies, your friends, the ones making you slow. And Batman reaches over and pulls off the Red Hood mask to find Harley Quinn standing there with tears in her eyes. Where is he, Harley? Batman asks, and through the tears, she tells him. He's not the same anymore, Bats. He's not my Mr. J anymore. Tell me where he is, Harley, Batman screams. But as he's standing there screaming at her for the location, the Joker actually isn't too hard to find. He's currently at the Wayne family door, taking a swing at Alfred Pennyworth. Back at the chemical factory, Harley manages to get away by dumping chemicals on Batman, which stall him long enough for her to vanish. He stumbles out confused, and he heads straight back to the Batcave when he can't find Harley Quinn. This isn't right. What's the Joker's game? Why stall Batman? Why dress up Harley and remind him of their first meeting? He sends out a warning to the entire Bat family. Be on your guard. Joker.
All we can do, we have done. Princess Yuki should have made it inside by now. Paid to the watch, but not to the watchdogs when they get their teeth into you lot. What? Quickly, Rex, inside the camp. Save yourself the effort. The black market records are mine. Our jade jewel is mentioned in here. The Madar Kinmitsu dagger as well. It seems that the former was sold, but finding the buyer should not be difficult, and the blade will be up for auction shortly. Princess, you are safe. Did you not meet with any resistance? Resistance? Oh, them? You did that, Princess? She's not the pride of our clan for nothing. The princess is a skilled fighter. She's tried her hand at your ninjutsu, too. Not even her instructors can keep up with her these days. I trust you see why I have no need for your help. I will reclaim my clan's property myself. I just wish she understood what she means to our clan. Well, thank you for today. I'll have need of your help again soon, but let's keep it on the sly, huh? Come, let us return to our haunt. You must meditate on what you have seen here, to focus your thoughts into weapons anew. Well, the princess' trust is not yet yours, but she is safe. Were this a trial, you would have passed. Though your mind is full, still your thoughts. Listen to what your heart says in silence. In so doing, you will grow as a shinobi. Perfect devotion. Wow, that was a little too quick for me. Armor Crush. Delivers an attack potency of 100. 160 when executed from the target's flank. Comes after Gust Slash. With stacks. Akagi has called us again, this time to the ocean's Ashans, there we go. Akagi has called us again, this time to Ashan's embrace. His note was brief and hastily written. I do not know what the princess has done, but it is clear she needs our aid, urgently. Alright, let's watch a little more Death of the Family while I smoke a ball. Oops. That's Birdie.
Is out there and he's targeting you individually. As he ponders what the Joker is doing, he walks around Wayne Manor, looking for Alfred. But oddly, he can't find him anywhere. After much searching, all he can find is a package with a cassette tape. And Batman plays that cassette tape, and to his horror, he listens as the Joker tortures Alfred. No. How could Batman be so stupid? How could he have let this happen? The Joker tells Batman in the tape that he was making a celebration, and he's gonna need someone proper to serve it. Bruce Wayne's butler seems like a prime person for this job. And while standing there lost in his own thoughts of how he lost Alfred, he looks down at the cassette tape, and he realizes that it's marked Gordon. He quickly gets over to Jim Gordon's house to warn him and ask him to join him in the Batman safe house. But Jim Gordon says no. He won't run from the Joker. The Joker took too much from him, and he hurt him too much. He needs to bring the Joker in. But as he says this, he's looking down at a photograph from one of the most horrific days in his life. The day when his daughter was shot in the stomach, and he was tortured by the Joker. But as he's standing there looking at this, blood begins to pour out of the very pores in his skin. Batman cringes as he catches Gordon, and he hurries him to the hospital. After a little time passes, Batman sits down with Nightwing to explain what's going on. The Joker is attacking the family, the people who know Batman or are willing to help Batman. He explains that Alfred's been kidnapped because he was Bruce Wayne's butler, and Bruce Wayne funds Batman Incorporated, and that Jim Gordon was also a known ally of Batman and Joker attacked him. He also doesn't want Nightwing to tell the rest of the Bat family about Alfred because he's worried that they're all gonna lose their cool. But when Nightwing asks Batman how he could even consider the rest of the family losing their cool, he tells Nightwing that he's barely keeping it together himself. Alfred was like a father figure to him and he's missing. But don't worry, because he's gonna be able to stop the Joker soon. Because using his detective skills, he figured out that the Joker is going through all of their past meetings and past locations. So if he continues with this pattern, he'll eventually end up at the water reservoir. Nightwing tells Batman to let him go with him, but Batman tells him, no, he'll handle this alone. And Batman was spot on. The Joker is waiting for him at the water reservoir. Batman looks right at the Joker and he says, "What is this all about, Joker? Where's Pennyworth?" Joker just lets out a laugh. "Always right to business, Bats. Not even a battering to the head? Well, don't worry about it. I took care of everything." And Batman just looks at him questioningly. "What do you mean?" "Well, you see, we would argue, then you would throw a battering, then I would press a button and we'd go boom. The poison would get into the water. Then you'd save the day in the city, but I'd end up getting a few people with my poison. The unlucky few who went to their water before you were able to save them. Well, I went ahead and skipped all of that. I just went ahead and killed everyone, and they're all right in the water already." Just look down, bats. Below Batman in the water are dead bodies, all weighted down with cement blocks. But before Batman can do anything else, the Joker wraps him up in a trap. The Joker then continues. I'm gonna save you,
save
Batman,
everybody.
because you've gotten so weak you couldn't even stop a few owls without your allies' help. And since I've learned all of your secret identities and I know who all of you are, I'm gonna remove your weaknesses for you, Batman.
Yeah, that's like the last person I'd want to know my
Batman ignites his
identity.
gloves on fire and he charges at the Joker, grabbing him by the throat. And he demands that the Joker end this now. It's over. But the Joker's toxin was on his skin. And now Batman is paralyzed while the Joker simply walks away after kicking Batman into the water down below.
Joker
He awakens back in the Batcave, saved by Dick Grayson, Tim Drake, Jason Todd, Damian Wayne, and Barbara Gordon. Or Nightwing, Red Robin, Red Hood, Robin, and Batgirl. Maybe you know them better that way. And they want to know what's going on. How does the Joker know who they all are? And why didn't Bruce tell them about Alfred being kidnapped? Well, Bruce explains that he didn't want them to get emotional about Alfred, so he kept it to himself. And no, there's no way that the Joker can know who all of them are. But Nightwing tells him, "What are you hiding, Bruce? I can tell." So Bruce explains that there is one thing that he has in the back of his mind. One thing that he's worried about.
Yet.
Back when he started being Batman, his next meeting with the Joker after the reservoir was on a blimp that was spreading poison over the city. Well, once Batman stopped the Joker and the blimp crashed into the bay, he would spend the next few hours looking to get the blimp out of the bay before it could poison anyone. He then spent the next few hours after that looking for the Joker, but he couldn't find him, so eventually he went angrily back to the Batcave.
Looks like
He was
Jack
so
Nicholson
furious that he
Joker
lost the
almost.
Joker that he went to bed that night without even checking any of his safeguards. And the next morning, he found a Joker card on the Batboat. All of the Bat family was in shock. Does this mean that the Joker got into the Batcave? And if he was able to figure out Bruce Wayne through a simple amount of math, he could easily figure out the identities of everyone that Bruce Wayne has been associated with, so he could easily figure out the identities of the entire Bat family. So of course, he may know who everyone is. But Batman shrugs it off and says no. In order to have gotten into the Batcave that night, he would have had to have bypassed the Batboat's sensors, hold his breath for about 5 miles, hold on to the Batboat at 50 miles an hour, and then avoid all of the Batcave's sensors that even existed back then. Batman says that no one could have even done that, not even himself. But everyone else isn't so sure. Nightwing looks at Batman and he says, "Batman, the Joker has done the impossible before, and you should have at least told us about the card." Batman walks away from them and says they're done talking. He's gonna follow up on a lead he has, and he leaves the Batcave. And the Bat family are there wondering why he still hasn't asked for help. His lead was to follow one of the henchmen that worked with the Joker that day on the Reservoir Bridge, and as it turns out, the henchman was one of the guards at Arkham Asylum. Joker has the entire staff from Arkham hostage, and he controls the entire facility right now. The nightmare that is the Joker is about to be even worse for Batman.
Keep bringing him
So Batman heads over to Arkham Asylum and he enters it, and he sees how horrific the Joker has turned this place of healing into. In the first room, Batman sees the guards and the staff dancing in Batman and Joker costumes all around him, and they're exclaiming, "Please help us, Batman, we've been dancing for days." Joker exclaims, "Welcome to your kingdom, this is your royal court." And Batman deactivates the electrical pulses going to their feet before the Joker can kill all of them. And then he walks into the next room by cutting through the stables, where a flaming horse charges at him. Batman simply rolls out of the way and he walks into a darkened room where the lights come on one by one. And the Joker exclaims, "Welcome to your royal knights, Batman." Well, being that they're normal henchmen that were locked up in Arkham...
Alright, you're on break, Benny. I got some more voice acting to do. Where were you? Here I am worried half to death because the princess is in danger and I can't do a thing about it. You just saunter up like, calm yourself. Start at the beginning. Where is the princess? Calm, calm. Her Highness learned who bought the clan's jewel. She's run off to take it back and left me behind.
Where is she? She can't have gotten far, even with her bleeding witchcraft or whatever. Come on, lads. Fan out and find her. Well, that's it in a nutshell. The guards won't rest till they catch her. And she's stuck up there. That she would find the Jade Jewel is just like her. But she clearly has no way to escape. Well, Rex, it's your mission. What takes the greatest priority? The mission you gave me. I'm sticking with it. An answer that befits the true shinobi. The guards think the princess's ninjutsu is magic. We can use this ignorance to our benefit. Let fly ration. Let fly Raiten. They will mistake the thunder for Princess Yuki's ninjutsu. Draw the enemy southwest, away from the princess. We will rendezvous on the Salt Strand. Unleash the thunder of Raiten to attract the guard's attention. Sound of footsteps echoes in the distance. That sound! It's the girl! After her! I like how my missions so far mainly are just running interference for Princess. Fine. What do you mean, no? Cowards? Do you want to be the one who tell the master someone took the jewel? Then come on! Don't let her get away. The jewel's more valuable than our lives. Hey. My bomb-ass moves. Hello? Hello, princess. Oh, you are unexpected. Yes, most unexpected. Let's check. I think. No, it's still a dude. So the thunder wasn't her doing, but a shinobi's, huh? Most curious. Where did she find the coin to pay you? Or does she command your loyalty with her regal blood? What I could do if royalty flowed in my veins. No matter. I'm buying a bright future with my actions today. The mission comes first, as they used to say. I was only paid to oversee the delivery. But what is my employer's goodwill worth, I wonder? Why do you look at me like that? Your eyes are like Karasu's or Gekai's, judging me unworthy. You must be from the Far East, a real shinobi with real ninjutsu like Gekai. You think yourself my better because of it? Don't lie to me. I can see it in your damn eyes. I will make you spit out what you don't know about Yuki. I will make you spit out what you know about Yuki, or I'll cut it from your corpse stomach. Goodbye. What a pussy. A different breed than the other guards, that one. He knew of Karasu, of Gekai. There should be no shinobi in the land with such knowledge. Unless he was one of Gekai's shadows. The Imperial Shinobi lost their place in Garmel when the unit was disbanded after the man's death. That would be cause for them to sell their blades. I imagine the demand for mercenaries with ninjutsu would be great among people with money enough to trade in Far Eastern treasures. Pardon me, Rax. This can wait. Princess Yuki's safety is paramount. Let us join her near the Tempest Gate. Yes, Akagi told me, and no, your aid was not needed. I could have escaped perfectly well without you. But I suppose the important thing is that the Jade Jewel is once again mine. All I've left to find is the Madir Kinmitsu dagger. Don't interfere. This is my problem to solve, alright? Never know it by what she said, but she's secretly grateful. And if she does need anything, I know where to find her brave protectors. That you do. Shall we return, Rex? Got it. I have made Akagi aware that strange sellsword we met on the Salt Strand. He will be vigilant, as should you. As for your mission, I believe the princess is warming to you, though it is difficult to tell. But at the very least, no harm has befallen her on your watch. Now, I will leave you to your meditations. Allow them to further sharpen your mind, so you will be the blade when the time comes to strike. Perfect devotion to my duty. I awaken. Oh, look at that, I got a little kunai thing. Using the armor crush as part of a combo grants stacks of Kazimatoi, represented by this gauge. Up to 5 stacks can be stored and are used to increase the potency of Eloian Eloian Edge. There we go. Why do I need a special gauge for it? Isn't it just going to tell me whatever? No questions. Right there. I wanted to fix these too. This here, this up. There we go. This. I think I got another gauge incoming. Okay, smaller.
go. Dream within a dream. Gee, I wonder when this came out. Delivers a 3-fold attack, each with a potency of 150. Okay. Adept Assassination. Upgrades Assassinate to Dream Within a Dream. Okay. Jack's network has caught wind of who has been selling the Yatsurgi clan's stolen treasures. This is information that may lead us straight to the dagger. He has summoned us both to the guild, but could I ask you to go by yourself? I cannot leave just now. Akagi and Princess Yuki are on their way here. I sent a missive telling them that we might have information on the bandits who have robbed her. The princess desires to learn more of them, and so she has seen fit to join us. I believe Jack will give you a thread. Follow it and return once you have unraveled the truth. Barely an inconvenience. So this move will be changed into Dream Within a Dream for that mission. Use. I would use this after that. Then once this is powered up to 5 Gune, I go 1, 2, 4 while standing behind someone. Alright, okay, I'm starting to get the hang of it. I'll be a ninja someday. Yeah, and that's just one hub. There's a bunch of hub areas. There's 3 in the base game, 1 for every expansion, and then yeah, it's quite a few. Rax. Gods know it ain't simple to make black marketers talk, but we tickled. Well, okay, I had to just make sure I read that right. Rax. Gods know it ain't simple to make black marketeers talk, but we tickled Malfkelfa's neck with a stabber, and he coughed up a load of information. That is the gayest line I think I have read out of this. It ain't simple to make him talk. He made him tickle with his stabber, and then he coughed up a load.
I can't be the only one that saw that. I can't. Alright, I'll try to do it with a straight face. Rocks. Gods know it ain't simple to make black marketeers talk, but we tickled Mulf Kelfa's neck with a stabber and he coughed up a load of information. Super gay. The remaining bauble, a dagger by all accounts, is to be sold at an auction at attendance as invitation only. The hosts are a band what go by the name of the True Hounds. Now, in the eyes of the law, they're selling loot cloyd from Imperials on an expedition to the Far East. But Garl don't control where your dimmer mort's from. It's a Bene Mummery turning a profit under the guise of a proper company. The buyers won't ask too many questions either. Garbled or no, the treasure is a treasure. But it's just your princess's wit against the True Hounds. The guild can't act on that. Not officially, anyway. I've left the investigation to well, let's call him a black marketeer. He's a strange one. Only came to the guild's attention recently, but I've never met a cove who could get information so quickly. The veil was lifted by a southerly this morn. That'll put the man at the House o' Sticks. Here's a sack o' blunt. Bene luck to ye, lad. Alright, let's get a little more Batman.
Batman disposes of them easily, and he moves on to the next room, where the Joker doesn't waste a moment before explaining that this is the room that holds the royal tapestry. On the wall, Batman can see bodies sewn together and tattooed to display the greatest fights between Joker and the Batman. As he leaves the room, the bodies on the wall begin to talk, and they say, "Hail the Bat King." Next, Batman faces off and disposes of his groundskeeper, Mr. Freeze, his royal player, Clayface, and his royal physician, Scarecrow. And finally, he gets to the top of Arkham Asylum, where he finds the Joker, Two-Face, Penguin, and Riddler all waiting for him, and the royal court, led by the royal jester, Joker. He also sees that the rest of the Arkham staff is dressed up like the Justice League, individuals that the Joker intends to torture. Batman rushes in to stop them, but the Joker lowers a few bars in his way to keep him from getting to them. But it doesn't matter. Batman cut the power to their little room. They're locked in there, and there's no power to raise the bars. He's won, hasn't he? But the Joker simply says, "Look to your left, Bats." And on the screen to the left, Batman sees the defeat of Nightwing, Batgirl, Red Hood, and Red Robin, and Damian Wayne, his own son. Joker now has everyone captive, and he looks at Batman and he says, "Now sit on your throne!" Not seeing any other option.
There's a part of this story I don't really agree with. I don't think the Joker could beat any of the Bat family one-on-one in a fair fight. Personally, I don't think so. That's the only thing. So I'm going to assume he set up some like elaborate traps to take down the whole Bat family, because there's no way he just walked up to fucking Dick Grayson with a kitchen knife and beat him. I don't believe you. I don't.
And Batman restores the power, and he walks up the steps, and he takes a seat on the throne, allowing the Joker to electrocute him. He slowly wakes up, blinking his eyes, and he finds himself bound to a chair. And in front of him are Nightwing, Red Robin, Damian, Red Hood, and Batgirl, all at a table with bags over their heads. The Joker is also there, welcoming Batman to this sick and twisted dinner party. "What did you do, Joker?" Batman cries out as the Joker welcomes a servant to the table, someone to serve the meal to their guests. Alfred walks out from behind a wall in this cave, a big grin on his face, all Joker toxined up. And he removes the bags over everyone's head to reveal that their faces are covered in bloody bandages, and there's plates in front of all of the guests. All of the Bat family lets out a gasp as they picture what could possibly be on those plates, and Alfred slowly reveals what is being served to them. And everyone lets out a shocking gasp as they say,
You want information? Then come render unto me what is mine. Yes, this seems to be everything I was promised. The back alleys are awfully profitable, huh? Now about these true hounds. Most of the salt hounds crawled back to the land after the calamity, but a few refused to leave the seas and took up again as the true hounds. They sail under the black flag of one Captain Rosalind. They boast the strength of a crew twice their size, mostly because of the Pluto they take. With their muscle bolstered by the substance and a healthy dose of natural viciousness, they have brought themselves fortune and infamy on the eastern seas. Now, however, they've hidden their ship away on Hullbreaker Isle and made their way to Costa del Sol. Seems they fancied a cup of ale and a peek at the dancing girls. They won't be hard to spot if you wanted to look, but do so at your own peril. Drunken pirates might not frighten you, but Redway, their new sellsword, should. They say he's an ex-member of a Garland covert operations, one who has thrown himself into the study of ninjutsu. His pursuit has paid off handsomely, I'll bet at the cost of his humility. Stay vigilant, or you'll find his blade pricking your back. Anyhow, that's all for me. Give my best to the dim one, little chick. I'll just fly there.
see their own faces have been cut off and they're lying on ice in front of them. The Joker lets out a cackle. He's won, and now everyone will die as he ignites the entire table on fire in hopes of severing what makes Batman weak. But Batman knows this place. It is the caves outside of the Batcave, and there's an underground supply of water above them. He quickly pulls the support beams, allowing the water to flow and put out the fire, and he runs over to Damian to make sure that his own son is okay. Slowly, he peels back the bandages, preparing for the worst, and Damian even says, "Tell me what's wrong. Tell me, I can take it." And Batman just smiles. It was all another sick joke from the Joker. Everyone's okay. Nightwing tells Batman to chase the Joker while they restrain Alfred and help him get over the Joker toxin. So Batman quickly takes off into the caves while everyone tries to gather their bearings. But the Joker planned for this, and a bomb containing Joker toxin goes off in the room, infecting everybody. Nightwing, Damian, Red Robin, Red Hood, and Batgirl are all now infected, and they're all about to go on a murderous rampage. Batman catches up to the Joker and he punches him so hard that he knocks loose the piece of skin that was once Joker's face. As he regains his composure, Joker says to Batman, "You better go back and save your family. They're all about to die, Bats." But he just hits the Joker again. I have faith in them. They aren't good.
Okay, I guess this is the pirate captain. Redway, Redway, Redway. I lost me plunder. That's coin I may never get back, but you convinced me to give you time. Make your report worth me while, or I'll have your head. There were 2 thieves, Captain. The Iron Orchid herself, and some servant. The latter looks to be more brawny than brave, but the princess is dangerous. She has 2 shinobi in her employ. One is a Domain Jonin, Ubaro. He, too, is a force to be reckoned with. The other is an Rax, if I'm not wrong. He is famous in his own right and dangerous. Their involvement makes me think the princess has more coin than she lets on. These 2 are responsible for my master's death. Their services cannot be cheap. Your master's murderers, eh? You wouldn't be dreaming of avenging Gekkai on my time now, would ye? Vengeance, Captain.
Why, Gekkai treated me like scum. He and Karasu both. Because I wasn't in their precious little village. But Oboro, if I triumph over Gekkei's favorite, I triumph over the lot of them. That is my heart's desire, yes. I could give a gnat's arse what you have to do with the ninjas, but it's not them I want, it's the princess, alive. The way I see it, the auction's a perfect trap, baited, as it is, with the Yatsurguri dagger. Thine orchid can't resist. Catching her, then, will be an easy, fast, savvy... No, wait. Catching her, then, will be an easy, fast, savvy Redway. Of course, of course. The princess won't stand a chance with the guard doubled. No, she won't. Here I am just standing in full armor with my fucking freak monster there. Ah, it's convenient. It's near my little hideaway shack.
Gonna die. The Joker just scoffs and says you shouldn't do that. They bring you down. They make you weak. But Batman tells him, no, they make me stronger. The Joker just eyeballs him and he gets angrier. And then he spits some acid in Batman's face to distract him. And he runs to the nearby cliffside so that he can jump off and commit suicide. Batman won't win. But Batman catches him at the last second. And he tells him, I've been thinking about what you said, old friend. That we should end this once and for all. This game that we play. I did what you wouldn't do. Because this is the spot right here, isn't it? The spot where you fell off the Batboat all of those years ago? This is where you turned back, isn't it?
Success, Rex? This Rosalind is a clever one, spying upon us through a red way. Princess, the foe will be watching for our tricks now. Reclaiming the last treasure will be that much harder. So I beg of you, leave it to us shinobi. I know there's a sense in what you say, Oboro. Oboro. Ah, God, why do I have such problems with these names? But this is my problem. I alone must solve it. I will not allow more people to die in my name. The true hounds didn't just steal the treasures. My people stood in their way. Many died. Too many. I wanted to fight, but my vassals wouldn't allow it. And as they were cut down, they called for me, screamed my name. I can't imagine how that feels. My lands are so close to destruction. My people are on the brink of starvation. If I do not do something, all of their sacrifices will mean nothing. When I came here, I vowed that I would bring prosperity to my country by finding and selling my treasures, alone. No one would ever die protecting me again. Not my small folk, nor my vassals, nor you. You don't want anyone to die protecting you, Princess. But what about those of us who gave our lives willingly to defend you? If you won't trust in the shinobi, then I'll slice open my belly. What? I'm bound to you, Princess, but they're not. We've given them no coin, no gratitude, and yet they're still helping us. You can trust them, you have to, or there's no taking back the treasure. Trust the shinobi, or lose me, and add one more to those who died trying to protect you. That'll get you to stop, right, Princess? Akagi, you have the strangest way of... Clearly, the shinobi have left a great impression upon you. Oboro, Rax, consider this my formal request. Help me retake our last treasure. But I have one condition. No matter what happens, you will not lay down your lives for mine. Call it a duty to stay alive if you wish. To stay alive? An interesting notion. Shinobi are trained to put duty ahead of all else, including our lives. That said, Rex, this is the mission that has been given to you. You are duty-bound to see it through, and come what may, I know completing it will aid in your growth as a shinobi. Now we wait, and watch for signs of the auction. I will approach Jack with the eyes and ears in his service. We will spread a web and so catch word of the Yatsurgi's clan's dagger. Taken. In perfect devotion to my duty. There it is. It seems the True Hounds have already held their auction racks. Some collector bought the Yatsuryugi's clan's dagger. However, the princess's reputation kept him trembling at home, and he paid a small fortune to have the blade brought directly to Ishgard. So we strike while it's on the move. I look forward to taking it back from the True Hounds, though there is still the question of their guard. Rax, you mentioned the pirates regularly use Pluto, yes? Should someone exchange this for a powerful sleep draught, such as lavender incense? Couldn't we just face them out in the open? Or is there something in the shinobi code that forbids straightforward solutions? Nothing so formal, Princess, but a stealthy approach best to allow us to carry out your orders, stay alive, and retake the treasure. The True Hounds base their operations in La Nasia. They will supply themselves in Limsa for the journey north, a weakness we can exploit by dividing into two groups. Akagi and I will search the True Hound supplies. Princess, you, and Rax will visit Kayukaruns and Hawker's Alley. I have been informed the shopkeep has lavender incense in stock. Is this a jest? I am perfectly capable of going shopping without Rax's help. Here, Rax, the funds to purchase the incense. Good luck. Kyorun puzzled by puzzling customer. She makes demanding demands, but has no shinies. Trade for incense. Kyorun promise. Good for nothing night's rest. Breathe deeply for deep, deep sleep. Look, I just forgot my coin purse. That's all. Anyway, you have the incense now. Doesn't matter who paid. And where are Akagi and Oboro? What was she thinking coming all this way? Her mother would have died of shock if she had lived to read the note. That voice. No, they can't. Not here.
How the princess doesn't realize she's our land's sole ray of light is quite beyond me. If we don't bring her home, I shudder to think what will happen.
God, why would they come here? I told them I'd be back just after I found the treasures. Princess Yuki! Did you... Shut up, you oversized oaf! We're leaving now! Princess? What'd I do? Princess?
I suspect I am better off not knowing. In any case, the true hounds are storing their supplies near Fisherman's Bottom. I will follow the princess. You go and make the switch before the guards return.
Probably get my gear repaired. Oh yeah, I suppose I could sign out my... Do some
Not
more
because you
ventures.
couldn't hold on, but because you didn't want to know who I was. Well, I'm not like you, Joker. And during this year while you were away, I figured out who you are. Who you were before you were the Joker. And the Joker panics. Batman can see it in his eyes. You're lying. You wouldn't use my own joke against me. But Batman continues. Joker, I know your name, your history, your family, all of it. Come closer. I'll whisper it in your ear, darling. And Batman pulls him closer, and he whispers, Joker, your real name is... And the Joker screams, shut up! And buzzes Batman in the face with a hand buzzer, forcing Batman to drop him down the waterfall. As the Joker falls, his face comes off finally, and it falls in the deep water down below. So, did the Bat family pull through the Joker toxin? Are they okay? Well, Batman was right. They came together, and they pushed through it. But the damage was done. The family doesn't trust Bruce anymore. And when he tried to get them all together so they can discuss the events, one by one they texted, and they canceled on him. No one trusts Batman anymore. He kept a potential reveal of their identity secret. He kept Alfred's secret, and he refused to allow them to even help him, leading to each of them being caught. Bruce goes down into the Batcave where he passes a computer screen which states Batman in fact did not know the Joker's name. And he looks at the chemical compound that was in the Joker toxin. The chemical compound of... Ha! Batman is joking with Alfred Pennyworth and Penny too when suddenly Wonder Woman comes crashing through the window, slamming Bruce into the wall. With him disoriented, she grabs him by the shirt and she takes for the skies, telling him to not even talk. She won't be listening. He reaches into his pockets and he pulls out something to mess with her head, forcing her to drop him, and he falls into the park down below. As she lands next to him, he looks up. What the hell is going on? And she looks down at him coldly. It's simple, Bruce. The League is here to do something we've wanted to do for a long time. Kill you. A panicked look hits Bruce's face as he calls back to the Batcave and scurries away. Alfred!
Well, that's the last of it. How's we're getting to Ishgard? Captain won't go within 20 elms of the Shroud, mate. We sailed to the Dravinian hinterlands and hooked back round west from there. There but a land between there and the Holy See. What if we stopped off in the smuggling window? Nice. A dose of our medicine will carry us the rest of the way. Don't bleed that to the whole harbor. I've heard the thief's after this haul. That's why we're taking twice the guards. Heh, I'd like to see her try and take it now. They'll take the sleeping draught and be out like babes. Come on. Come on. Let's hurry to, where was it again? The smoldering waste. Rex, what manner of place is this? I've never visited Dravania myself. Oh, you see, because it's filled with brimstone, it constantly smells like ass. That's probably what I said to him. Ah, thank you. The princess and I are both experienced travelers, and we will meet you there. Rex, Uboro's plan worked, but not all of the patrols have reported for their Pluto. They could be back at any moment. Stand guard while I search these crates. The Maidari Kanemitsu's got to be one of them. Take the south. Akagi's to the north. Uboro's to the east. When you finish your own patrol, return here. They should be back by then as well. But as I said, no matter what happens, do not lay down your life for mine. Told you I'm no good in a real fight. Rex, Akagi is wounded. We must tend to him once we are out of danger's path. I found it. Everyone back home will be so happy. It's over, my friends. I can finally bring prosperity to my lands. It will all be all right. Splendid. Then let us... Wait, do you sense it too, Rex? The foe is near. You played a clever trick, Oboro, but not clever enough. No liquor or Pluto ever passes these lips. And now, I've found you. What to do. 3 able and 1 lame could make for an interesting fight, yes, but I hold all the cards. Why risk it? I've come to offer the princess an invitation. Your countrymen miss you so terribly.
They've called for you, cried your name ever since we caught them. Surely you'll want to join them, yes? What? Princess, no! Put up your blades. Fate played us for fools. Redway, I'll go. Look at me now, Gekkai. I won. I've beaten your proper Domin shinobi. Oh, but you'll try to rescue her, won't you? If I see anything out of the ordinary, Oboro, I will slit their throats. Yes, starting with Yuki's. See to Akage, shinobi. Farewell. Don't just let them get away. After her, Oboro. Damn it, man. Move, or I'll... Wait, Rex, you can pursue her if you wish, but we must see to Akage's wounds. That was the princess's order. I know we could have fought, but I understand why she chose not to. Had Redway escaped, his hostages' lives would have been forfeit, or dead in her defense. The decision was hers to make. It is not our place to question it. We can do nothing more for now. Let us return to La Nasia and tend to Akagi there. Akagi is distraught, but alive. I will tend to his wounds in your place. But the moment he is better, we will mount a rescue. The princess did not forbid us from trying, and I would hate to see Redway win. For the moment, train your mind, practice your blade. We will need all of your skill in our next battle. Yeah, no kidding. They are not bad. That's why I play Dragon Man. Alright, so we're all caught up. We only got one more level to go for the next one. What's the skill I got out of that? I already get it. Why am I having a brain fart? Whatever. Anyway, I can look. There we go. Still got quite a bit of moves to go. Oh, okay, so this buff actually activates different move sets. No. Alright. Well, it's actually almost time for some fishing. It's almost the correct weather. We got about 4 hours in-game time, which amounts to about 12 minutes. So, let's go fishing. My rod. Here. Port to the shroud. South. That'll do. Alright, let's get some more Batman in.
Release Plan Fenrir! Release the suit! We don't see him get into the suit, nor does it matter, because Batman is suited up to battle against the Justice League. Welcome to Gotham, he shouts at Diana as he puts her into a wall.
Doesn't it matter, though?
But folks, this is Wonder Woman, and she leaps onto the suit, tearing off an arm and stabbing Batman through the suit. As Batman bleeds out on the street, he asks, why? And Wonder Woman just stands triumphantly over him. This is a lie. Because Batman has a plan for everyone in this suit, and he knew that Wonder Woman would only stop attacking him if she felt she won. So he managed to get a magical artifact onto her shoulders that shows her what she wants to see, the Bind of Veils. As she stands there thinking that she's won, Batman calls back to the cave. Are you picking up the others, Alfred? Alfred responds with no, but there's a reason why Alfred can't pick anyone up. Because it's the Flash, and he's moving faster than anyone can read. Batman shouts, "Run, Red!" And the suit moves into hyperdrive, processing data faster than any human reaction. Fast enough to map the Flash's movements if he isn't moving at his optimal speed. It then fires a frictionless coating onto the street right in front of the Flash before he can react, sending him into a nearby building. This isn't even close to done though, as Aquaman appears behind Batman. Batman begins to realize that this is insane. Who has the power to turn the entire Justice League against him? At least Aquaman isn't a problem, as the suit launches a hardening foam that sucks moisture out of its target, and it seals itself around Aquaman. Alfred calls into Batman, telling him that he needs to get out of there. There are still 3 more members of the League. Batman stands there though. This is the safest place in the city. If it's Vic, I have the electromagnetic tree. If it's Hal, I have the Citrone neutralizer. But please, let him still be off-world. But Batman isn't that lucky, as Superman comes barreling in, slamming the suit into a nearby building. Sorry about your little Justice Buster suit, Bruce, Superman says as he hovers over him. Who did this to you? Who? Well, it's a funny story, really. No, not him, not the Joker. Oh yes, and no one's going to save you this time. As he drops half a building on Batman. But Batman gets up and he takes a swing across Superman's jaw with the power of microscopic red suns collected from dead solar systems. Superman just laughs, and he throws Batman into the street. Who wins a fight, Bruce? Batman or Superman? And he launches in with his heat vision, only to have Batman deflected off the suit with plasma shields. So Superman fires his heat vision into the building behind Batman, bringing it down on him. He then grabs the suit and he takes off for the sky, saying, up, up, and away! In the sky, Superman begins to tear the pieces of the suit off of Bruce. Where are you, Bruce? Eventually, there is no Justice Buster suit, and only Batman remains. So Superman holds his face close to Batman's. He says, beg. So Batman spits a radioactive Kryptonian dust into Superman's eyes, kryptonite gum as Alfred calls it, and Superman is knocked out. Both men fall into Gotham Harbor, and Batman answers the question, who would win, Batman or Superman? Neither of us. With the whole ordeal officially behind him, Batman gets back to the Batcave and he places an antidote for the standard Joker venom into the bloodstream of each Justice League member. This whole plan is the Joker's doing, and because of it, the Justice League is currently removed from the fight for the next week. Batman then tries to figure out exactly what the Joker was trying to say by sending his old friends against him. The Joker always saw himself as a friend to Batman, challenging him and improving him. But this is turning his friends into enemies, and the Joker might be done playing games. Batman's first stop is the collapsed Arkham Asylum. It fell during the horrific week that was Batman Eternal, and he walks around the wreckage looking to glean any clues that he can find. Oddly, there is one man in the building with Batman, Eric Border, one of the newest members of the Arkham Asylum staff. He asks Batman if he needs any help, if he's okay. And Batman just shrugs it off. "I'm fine, Mr. Border. You should be at Arkham Manor with the rest of the staff taking care of the inmates." Eric just follows behind Batman. "I wanted to help the inmates of Arkham. I wanted to help the city. I wanted to help you most of all. But then I saw that there wasn't any helping you. Because you don't see a helping hand. Even if it's right in front of your face." And he shuts Batman into one of the cells as he was investigating. Batman turns around as the door shuts. "What did you say? Eric, did he get to you?" And Eric begins to wipe away the makeup. He ruffles up his hair. "You really don't recognize me, do you, Batman? I was hoping you wouldn't." And then he drops a gas bomb into the cell with Batman. "So, Bats, you miss me?" And in front of Batman, right in front of his face behind the gate, is the Joker. Batman can't move because the gas is a paralytic, so Joker continues as he pulls out his face, the one that he used to use as a mask and their last little adventure. "The last time, it was supposed to have a happy ending. It was a comedy, but you ruined it by dropping me off of that cliff. So this time, no more games, no more jokes. I'm just here to close up shop. You have become boring." He pulls out a gun and he pulls the trigger, revealing the old school bang gun. He then leaves Batman there, paralyzed, forced to watch as Joker walks away. It gets even worse though, because while the Joker and Batman have been in there, Joker released a toxin into the city of Gotham, and the whole city is now becoming Jokerized by an airborne version of his Joker toxin. This one drives the person insane and eventually kills them. And as the paralyzing agent wears off, Batman makes his way back to the Batcave where Alfred is already trying to create an antidote. But there's something new in this serum. Something that is fighting against all of Batman's antitoxins. So Batman decides to go where the first case spawned, and he tracks down Patient Zero to the local Gotham hospital. En route to the location, he calls up Jim Gordon to let him know that he's already working on it, and Jim just needs to hide out until this whole thing passes. All of Gotham is a threat right now. Jim explains that he's been watching this from his window, and it turns friends into enemies, and it seeks out a person's affections so that it can ruin them for that person. Jim should be a little more concerned about himself, though, and not the city, because as Batman is making his way through the hospital, Joker comes a-knocking. Or more accurately, Joker has been in Gordon's house all along. He comes crawling out from underneath his bed, laughing in a way that only the Joker could. He then lights Jim's house on fire and he stands over his victory triumphantly. He then begins to swing an axe around Jim's house, threatening him even further. Jim holds up his gun, and he sees the Joker right in front of him. This is it. He can end it all. It's a self-defense thing after all. So he takes the shot, right in the heart, a single bullet. As Batman is leaving the hospital from his own horrible ordeal in which the Joker tried to recreate the death of his parents for him to relive, he gets a phone call from Jim. "I did it. He came at me. I had no choice. I did it. He's gone, Batman. Just flesh and blood. And now he's dead. Not magic. Not reborn." If only this was truly a win for Batman and Gordon. Because as Jim is telling Batman, Joker is standing up right behind him with a big old grin on his face. He grabs the phone from Jim with Batman on the other line, and he says two words that send a chill down Batman's spine. "Hello, Bruce." Batman gets to Jim's house as quickly as he can, only to find Jim slumped over with an axe in his chest. And Batman hits him with a tranquilizer to prevent the Joker toxin from taking a hold of him. He then bandages Jim up and decides that he's going to the source of all of this. The Joker would have needed help to make something this twisted. So while Batman runs across the city, he sends a blood sample to Dick Grayson to analyze, a copy of the Joker's blood from the gunshot. Batman is fighting against the Jokerized versions of his glorious city, and Grayson tells him that there's something weird in this blood, a regenerative strain. And it's the exact same strain in the virus, but in the virus, it's a decaying version. So Batman figures it out, that the Joker has been taking something to allow him to heal from anything, and there is only one doctor in Gotham who could have possibly done that. a doctor in Arkham. But while Batman is running around Gotham trying to get to Arkham, the Joker is silently swimming in some of the deepest waters in Gotham, without an air tank, without scuba gear, nothing more than a big old grin on his face. Batman breaks into the lab of the doctor and he demands to know what he did to the virus. How did Joker heal from the fall off the cliff and from cutting his own face off? The doctor informs Batman that he didn't create anything. The element in the Joker and in the virus is older than anything else, and it's something that the Joker showed to the doctor. He explains to Batman that there are age-old legends of individuals who stumble across a substance in the soil or the water, and they are transformed. Well, these aren't legends. They were clues to something real, and he calls it Dionysium. It's very real, and the carriers walk among us today. There's a savage out there who encountered it in its oldest form, and he's still among us. And there's a man who calls himself a demon that keeps pools of this liquid around the world. It's a corrupted version, but it's still very effective. Then there's him, the pale man who laughs at us, and has been there ever since Gotham rose. Batman throws the doctor out of the window, but he holds on to him. You created this Dionysium, and you gave it to him. Then you made an inversion of it for the virus. Where are you keeping it so I can cure this? But the doctor continues. You're wrong. I got it from him. It's in his spine. I could never make anything this potent. While Batman leaves the doctor hanging from the window, Penny 2 calls him up. This is bad, Batman. We have hours until everyone in the city dies, and to make matters even creepier, I did a facial recog on the Joker throughout history just to debunk this charade. But Batman, he's all over throughout history. This can't be real, Batman says, gritting his teeth. It can't end this way.
I don't think they ever explained
So
this.
Batman goes off the grid for a few hours to ask the Court of the Owls if they've ever heard of the Joker. But all he gets down there is a fight. When he comes back out, he gets a call he never expected. Penny 2 telling him that the Joker broke into the Batcave. Alfred tried to confront him, but the Joker just chopped off his hand with a cleaver. Penny 1 and Penny 2 retreated to the armory where they are now, and she's bandaged up Alfred, but the Joker took all of Batman's trophies out of the Batcave, and he's currently parading them down the streets of Gotham in his own twisted celebration, taunting Batman to come and get the Dionysium out of his spine, daring him. But Batman has finally got a plan working out, and he's finally getting this back in his court. Because down there is a wonderful distraction for the Joker as Batgirl, Red Robin, Red Hood, and Bluebird are all fighting against the Jokerized civilians alongside some of Batman's worst villains. Croc, Scarecrow, Bane, Clayface, Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy, and Penguin are all helping battle against the Joker's toxins and his plans. They want to own Gotham. They don't want to see it crumble. The battle is intense, and the Joker stands on top of his float, laughing at Batman as he tries to make his way through the crowds of people. As Batman runs over, he shouts for Bane's attention, and Bane throws him over the crowd right into the Joker's float, where the Joker takes a chainsaw trying to cut off the pieces that Batman is hanging onto. But Batman just gets up and onto the float before the Joker can do anything, and then he gets him into a chokehold. A needle pops out of his glove as he prepares to extract the fluid from the Joker's spine. But the Joker's prepared, as he sets off a high-pitched sound so bad that it drops everyone to their knees except for him. Then grabbing Batman's face, he breaks his gas mask and he tells him, "It's hopeless. I tainted the Dionysium in my spine. But you want to know the kicker of all of this? There's still some Dionysium right here in Gotham. If only you knew your city better. Now let me look into your eyes as I finally win." And he removes Batman's mask, revealing Dick Grayson. "You're not Bruce. You're."
Let me get this fish.
And
Bravo.
Grayson stops him.
It's gonna happen today.
I think the word you're looking for is Dick.
It's happening.
Meanwhile, Batman is descending into the cave that Joker was just bragging about. He walks forward and he finds a big green glowing pool of Dionysium. Penny 2, I found it. Joker must have found this pool after I dropped him off the cliff. It must have healed his face, his broken bones, and everything about him. Isn't there a chance that he's just been around forever, though? Penny 2 asks. And then she confirms the sample that Batman sends up to her. It's the stuff that can cure the Joker toxin. Suddenly, explosions go off throughout the entire cave, and Batman calls up, "Penny 2, listen to me. No matter what happens, you need to." And before he can stop, the Joker stabs him in the back. Penny 2 calls back down, "I'm pulling you up, Bruce." But Batman unclips his belt. "I'm staying here, Penny 2. They'll just follow me up. Now get that cure out of here." That's the spirit, Joker tells him as he digs 2 knives into Batman's back. I know what you're thinking, Brucey. Was I always this fast? Did I train? Did the Dynesium make me faster? Or was I hiding my true skill from you? And in response to that, Batman tackles the Joker and the 2 men begin to roll down a cliffside. At the bottom, they hit each other so hard that they draw blood in single
Dick is
swings.
beloved in
There's no
DC.
holding back now.
Everybody
it's
loves
just
Dick in
Batman and the
DC.
Joker at the bottom of one of the deepest pits in Gotham. The Joker cracks a joke about how this is going to leave a mark. If only he didn't heal. But Batman smirks. Oh, it'll leave a mark. I laced the Batarang with an immune response blocker. If you have been taking the Dynesium that's here in this pool in its weaker form, then it'll prevent it from healing. But if you are who you say you are, and the Dynesium in your spine is pure, then it'll heal. So all that's left for you to do is show me your cards, Joker. And the Joker turns back to Batman, throwing razor-sharp playing cards at him, lodging one right into his eye socket. But Batman ignores the pain as he leaps onto the Joker, biting off his ear and taking a few more clean shots at his head. Then both men collapse to the ground in pools of blood. The Joker pulls himself up onto Batman, and with a knife ready to plunge into his face. I'm the one who laughs, get it? I've always been there laughing at you, at all of you, at the great joke that you think your lives have meaning, that any of it matters. But then you showed up, and you gave my meaningless a meaning. That's the funny part. I could have made you forever, just like you always wanted.
Baby.
My blood could have saved you. We could have had a happy ending.
Come on,
it
just
could have
give
been
it to
hilarious.
me. Let me have it. Fuck you.
But Batman tells the Joker, it's
Sorry, I
not
still
over.
got time.
And he maneuvers the Joker in the way of a falling rock, breaking the Joker's back. Both men lay there, unable to move, until the Joker begins to drag his broken body to the Dynesium pool.
Come on.
What did you do to my back? I need the Dynesium. Wait, Joker. Batman tells him as he climbs onto his back and he holds him still. I need to tell you something. I need to tell you that I finally believe you. I see it right here, right now. You are the Pale Man. I'll be dead in minutes from these injuries. So won't you stay with me? Just for a bit? Stay with me and forgive me. Forgive me for being so blind. But the Joker looks around panicked. Just please, let me go! This whole place is coming down! Just forgive me, Joker. Fine, I forgive you! I forgive you! But it's too late as a giant boulder falls into the Dynesium pool,
that was so close.
sealing it up. As Penny 2 insists on lowering the last of the Dynesium back to Bruce so that he can recover, he tells her to just take it to the surface. If he even tried to open it, it could compromise the structure and all of Gotham could fall.
Penny 2?
He's just
That's
going to
supposed
rest
to
her
be
for a while.
Alfred's like secret
be
daughter
fine.
or something?
2 weeks pass and no one has seen
I have
Batman.
no idea who Penny 2 is.
The city of Gotham hosts a vigil of bat signals every night, calling to their hero. But no Dark Knight comes. Batman vanished at the end of Endgame. Did he die, or is he just healing up? We don't know the answer to that, but we do know that Batman is needed. The Vigilantes doing whatever they wanted has almost cost us the city of Gotham multiple times. So, who do you have take over as Batman? All of those other guys, they're loose cannons doing whatever they please. They don't have the city's best interests in mind. In fact, it's because of them that things get out of control so often. Vampires, assassins, monsters, aliens, and now Joker-toxined citizens have tried to control the city. We need a Batman that works for Gotham. We need a Batman that we can trust. So the government moved forward with their own Batman plan, taking the best of the best in the police department and training them. But the head of the project, Miss Powers, has other ideas. She invited Jim Gordon to the Batman training facility. Jim Gordon was a Marine. He knows Gotham. He knows what this city needs. It doesn't matter how old he is. He'll be behind a mask at all times. But Jim tells her he can't do it. This is insane. So he takes her to the rooftop of the police station that night where he talks to his friend Harvey Bullock. Jim tells Harvey about how they asked him to become Batman. Harvey is in shock. You can't become Batman, Jim. You're police. Trench coat wearing police. And that is a 10-foot tall trench coat. Plus, you smoke. Batman doesn't smoke. But Jim has already considered all of this. You ever wondered if Batman would be more effective working within the law, Harvey? What if Batman could show people
is this where
that the
Jim
system
becomes
worked?
Batman?
Just then, one of the
like
Batman
Iron
candidates
Man
walks
Batman.
onto the roof. He came up
I
to
don't think
face
anybody
chat with
liked
his
this
newborn
run.
son. Both Jim and Harvey look at the young man, and then they look at each other. Harvey takes Jim's cigarette. Give me that. And you know you're gonna need to get LASIK surgery for your eyes, right? They both knew what Jim was about to agree to. The next few months go by quickly, and they show him the new robotic batsuit made out of nanocarbon. And they train him to peak fighting condition. That's it. That's all it took. He shaved off his mustache and gave himself a new haircut, and Gordon was the new Batman in a robotic suit with a black batsuit underneath it all. He now watches
I don't know
Gotham,
about that.
and no vigilantes are welcome here. As a matter of fact, one of his first objectives is to arrest all of Batman's old
kinda down.
allies.
But he quit smoking, got LASIK surgery,
Bruce
shaved
Wayne
his
is
head.
nothing more than a
and
man
he's
right
Batman.
now. After the events of Endgame, his mind was healed, and it healed all of the traumatic memories. Without the
Sure
elements
are,
that turned him
Gordon.
into Batman, he is nothing more than a billionaire trying his best to help the world with his money. And Alfred wants it to stay that way. That may be a problem, though, as the Justice League needs their detective. They need Batman, so they come knocking on the front door of Wayne Manor. When Alfred answers the door, Wonder Woman tells him that they would like to speak to Bruce. And Alfred explains, as he told Superman several days ago when Superman showed up looking for his friend, there are a great number of reasons why Bruce Wayne cannot honor his Justice League responsibilities anymore. But Superman chimes in. Something's come up, Alfred. And as Shazam explains, the League is stronger with Batman on our side, especially when he's in full-on detective mode. And the Flash finishes the thought. In other words, Mr. Pennyworth, we would like to see if there's a chance that the Bruce we need is still there. We're looking for a lifeline to grab onto and pull him out of this fog. What Bruce has been given is a new lifeline. No history, no baggage, no tragedy, no entanglements. He is truly free to walk in the light and start over. The Bruce Wayne that you need is simply not there anymore. We're asking to reach out to Bruce one final time to help save countless lives, Wonder Woman tells him. And Bruce walks in at that moment. So why don't you ask me? Wonder Woman walked Bruce Wayne to the back of Wayne Manor where they sat down as she used the lasso of truth to get definitive answers as to his state of mind. He knows about the League, everyone on Earth does, and he knows that he did something for them a long time ago and he's proud and honored to have helped them. He didn't overhear much of the League's talks with Pennyworth, and if there's anything he can do to help them now, he'd be more than willing to do so. They both then walk back into the main hall where Wonder Woman tells the team it wouldn't be best for him to try and help them right now.
Good break.
So Superman shakes Bruce Wayne's hand goodbye and the League leaves the manor. Sad, but they don't have their Bruce Wayne anymore. Meanwhile, across Gotham, Jim Gordon is putting his bandages on from his latest fight. Once Batman went missing, a new Batman was built, one to protect Gotham and one to remove all of the vigilantes that were potentially causing these problems. He went to the local baseball game as Jim Gordon, and he was called in to stop some F-15s from flying in and attacking Gotham. Using his jetpack, he takes off and he lands on the jets before he begins to take them apart piece by piece and tear the pilot out of it. He then looks on as the destroyed F-15 begins to crash into Gotham, and he calls in help to catch it before it hurts someone. Wonder Woman then shows up and breaks it into pieces. Batman turns to her. Holy sh! We'll handle these planes, Batman. Who's we? He then looks on as the Justice League stops each and every one of the planes, allowing Batman to grab the man behind this entire plan, the Mad Hatter. He then flew over to where the League was waiting for him in awe. This was the Justice League! He lands, wanting to thank them for their help, but Aquaman cuts it short. We came here for a reason, and time is of the essence, so we'll cut the pleasantry short. They all know who he is, and they need his help.
8 a.m.
Batman was the detective of the team, and he always spoke very highly of Jim Gordon. He tells
I don't
them,
know if my
who am I
GPU
to
will
say no to
recover
the
in
Justice
time.
League? So they slap him on the back with a Watchtower teleporter, and the whole group is teleported to the snowy mountains in front of a giant-sized skeleton. Batman gets right to work looking at the hands because they reveal a lot about a person, as he says. Shazam and Flash dig the hands out of the snow right away, and Batman can see that they are covered with defensive wounds. He then has Wonder Woman lift the skull where he finds a large entry wound in the back of the skull. Realizing that he stumbled onto a giant homicide, Batman begins looking for the murder weapon, and he finds a club-shaped rock structure a little ways off. Flash runs through the entire area looking for caves, and Shazam helps Batman lift the rock until they can find the cave that it was removed from. Inside, they find a gelatinous substance moving upwards, and they follow it deeper into the cave until they find a second giant skeleton that appears to have committed suicide. The Flash teleported to the Watchtower to investigate a little further, and they all discover that the first skeleton was a male, and the second one is a female, while the gelatin is human-based. At that moment, one of the creatures breaks through the nearby wall, spewing the material all over the League. Cyborg grabs Batman as they both jet out of the cave while the rest of the League is covered up. So Batman turns around. Damn it to hell, I should have done something. And he fires a rocket back in that direction. Are you crazy? You'll start an avalanche, Cyborg tells him. And then he tells him, get a hold of yourself. Blowing up things won't help. Those are my teammates in there, and they'll be fine. Cyborg and Batman both go back inside slowly, where they see the monster crying over the skeleton.
Batman.
And the League stuck in the gel, and that's when Batman puts it all together. He has no idea why or how these creatures got here in the first place, but he believes the female one was pregnant, and the male one was crippled or injured or unable to move. He saw a fracture in his shin. The female must have killed her husband in order to stay alive by eating him, and save the baby. Then she went to the cave where she fed the baby pieces of herself until there was no more to feed it. She then killed herself so that the baby could eat the rest and survive. The only problem is that the baby was attached to the mother and he wouldn't leave her side even with her dead. So, its survival mechanism kicked in and it released that gel, which is a kind of breast milk to this creature, but on our world, you can only get it from human eyeballs. He then turns to
Jesus.
Cyborg. Can you make a 3D
What's
rendering
happening
of
with
its
the
mother
story?
and superimpose it on that skeleton? Once you do that, the creature will pay attention to its mother and ignore the League, so that they can get the League out of there. Batman takes off providing the distraction, and Cyborg makes the 3D model, which immediately gets the child's attention. With the League free, they scan the creature finally, and they realize that this creature is going to die of starvation soon, and it would be best to hold the 3D rendering there so that the creature can die with its mother. The League then teleports to an earthquake crisis elsewhere, and Batman agrees to stay and keep an eye on this creature as it dies. As they teleport away, Aquaman tells Batman that he just took his first step towards being epic. And once they leave, Gordon takes his helmet off, and then he moves the arm of the 3D rendering around the child while he sings it a lullaby. The Batarang goes stunk. It's Jim Gordon standing there practicing when Julia Pennyworth walks over to check on him. Batman has been missing for an undetermined amount of time. While at first the GCPD was waiting for his return, eventually crime started to get bad again. So they asked Jim Gordon if he would like to be the new Batman, one that worked for the GCPD. It took a little convincing, but Jim Gordon took his role. And he's gone on adventures where he met the Justice League, teamed up with Superman, and even stopped a Robin war. But he is starting to truly understand what it means to be Batman. To celebrate, Julia and Daryl show him his new Batmobile, a massive tank of a machine. But before they can celebrate any further, Daryl lets them know that he's getting pings on his new Bat app. Jim Gordon suits up and jumps out of his Bat blimp, ready to start this fight up. As he lands, he takes a face of dirt as a man with horns throws it at him. Julia and Daryl scream over the mic, "Batman, are you okay?" And Jim coughs it up. "I think a building just hit me, but I'm fine." The Horn Man throws more rubble at Batman, and he dodges, flinging batarangs at the member of the Triad. The guy gets up and begins swirling the rubble and dirt around and throws it at Batman. But this is an armored suit, and Batman punches his way out of it, until he sees where it's going. The member of the Triad made himself a battlesuit out of all of the rubble around him. So Batman throws a thermal grenade into the armor, and it superheats up the whole thing before Batman winds up to hit it. But the goon hits Batman with everything, throwing him into the bay. So Batman calls the new Batmobile and drops it on the guy. Batman walks over to him and informs him that they need to get him to the hospital. The seed in his ankle that's been giving him these weird powers is about to break open and begin killing him. You see, someone's been growing seeds that grant powers to villains and passing them around. But it can kill its user when the villain behind the whole thing wants. Batman walks over to the thug and he asks him, "Who gave you the seed?" And the only answer they get out of him is Mr. Bloom, before he dies from the seed in his ankle. Mr. Bloom. Meanwhile, across Gotham, Bruce Wayne is living a happy life, in which he is helping the less fortunate. You see, at the end of Endgame, he suffered a massive amount of head trauma. The Dynesium that he was laying next to healed up those injuries, but it also healed up any mental trauma that he was dealing with. This gave him amnesia as he doesn't remember the events that turned him into Batman, or any
Like
of his
that
life
the
as a
only way he
superhero.
could heal
When
his
he showed
mental
back up after
trauma
missing,
was
he
just by
decided to use his fortune
erasing
to
it.
help out at a local orphanage. And it is here that he meets Jim Gordon. "Hello, Mr. Wayne. I'm Batman, and I need your help." Bruce Wayne tells him that he has no idea what he can do for Jim Gordon, for Batman. And Gordon hands him one of the seeds explaining that it is from a man named Mr. Bloom, and he's turning people into metahumans with terrible abilities. "I don't know why you're coming to me, Mr. Gordon. Because you are the key to Batman, and at least for me you are. The suit is made out of Wayne Tech, which is your tech. I was hoping that you could help me reconfigure some of the programming so that I can work as Batman privately. Everything I do is being tracked by the police. I'm just the middleman." Bruce very sternly looks at Gordon. Listen, whoever I was
Isn't that the
before I
whole
came to be
purpose?
again, this rec center is important to me, and I'm trying to build a life here,
Work with
using
the
the most
boys.
basic blocks. Do you understand? Bruce, I wasn't trying to. But then both men are interrupted by Julie Madison. She tells Gordon that she doesn't recognize him without his mustache and with all those muscles. So Gordon decides to
not
leave the
having
scene
much
with
luck
Bruce
today.
and he walks out. While Bruce explains to Julie that Gordon just had the wrong guy, that's all. Meanwhile, sitting outside is Clark Kent and Alfred. Clark wants to know who that man is because it looks like Bruce, but it isn't. So he wants to know what happened to his old friend. Alfred explains that when the cave collapsed on Bruce and Joker, Alfred felt it. The family was hopeful, but Alfred knew that it was over. It was Julie Madison that found Bruce, intact and acting like he had just woken up. After the cave collapsed, everything was healed by the Dynecium, even his mind. With his skull crushed, the Dynecium seeped into his brain and healed up the dead tissue. When Bruce was brought to Alfred, he told him everything about his parents, about Joker's attack, about how he rebuilt Wayne Enterprises as a symbol, and just as he was about to walk Bruce to the clock and into the cave to explain Batman, Bruce told him to stop. Bruce explained that he didn't know what the accident did to him, but he wasn't that person anymore. Clark stopped him. Alfred, if you won't tell him that he was Batman, I will. Is that so, Mr. Kent? This is Bruce Wayne. He has no combat skills, detective skills, and is missing 15 years of training. It's not recoverable because those memories are gone. He is powerless to wear the cowl. But he's Batman. He always has a way back. Alfred leads Clark to Batman's final invention, a device that would ensure that there was always a Batman in the world. Something that would imprint all of Batman's original pain, training, and memories into a new person. But it doesn't work, because Batman was never meant to live forever. Batman died and Bruce Wayne came back. Let someone else suffer for this cursed city. Back with Jim, he breaks into the Devil Pig's lair,
that's where
a base of
Batman Omega
operations for
comes
one of the
from.
local gangs.
That
And he
idea.
does so without the robotic suit, but a simple bat suit because he wants to do this without the police knowing. As he walks through the fish hatchery that they are known to keep as their base, he finds a shark with horns and jokingly tells Julia, "Call Peter." Then he looks across the hatchery and he sees him. Mr. Bloom is talking to the leader of the Devil Pigs. Talk about perfect timing. Then the Devil Pigs walk out with guns pointed at Gordon. Julia alerts him that she can't put the suit into stealth mode. Someone is blocking their frequency. It's as if they knew it. They ask Gordon if he's ever seen RoboCop, and they cock their guns. But he grabs his Batarang launcher gun and he dives for cover as the bullets fly over his shoulder.
Batarang
Then as the bullets
launcher
stop, he
gun.
shoots
Why
the
wouldn't you
shark
just
tank,
shoot
freeing the
fucking bullets
freakish
at
shark,
that point?
and he uses it for cover, shooting up the rest of the guys. Thinking he's won, he reports in, but that's when the Ford gives way and he finds himself in an industrial furnace. Julia calls to him, "Get out, you'll be cooked alive!" But then her face is smashed against the window of the van as someone has found her. Meanwhile, back at the rec center, a young boy named Duke breaks into the back room to get his hands on the seed Gordon left for Bruce.
Right,
And back with Mr. Bloom, he takes a meeting with Cobblepot to inform him that Cobblepot will not be a part of any of this. He will not be supplied with the superpower granting seeds. Cobblepot has his men shoot Mr. Bloom in the face, but Mr. Bloom gets back up. "I am but a weed." And then Mr. Bloom stabs Cobblepot through the stomach along with all of his men. And weeds grow very fast. Gordon fiddles with his gun, but it's been fried. The temperature is rising fast. Gordon realizes while he has a Batarang gun, he'll need to do this the old-fashioned way and throw his Batarang. He takes aim and he throws it with all of his might. And on the main level, the goons are trying to save who they can to report the whole thing to Mr. Bloom until Gordon punches the main goon across the jaw. "Stay down. Now where the hell is Bloom?" A guy sneaks up on him and he beats him in the face with his elbow. But the men on the ground aren't down. They start hitting Gordon all over and pulling him down and clawing at him. Blood begins to pool on the ground as Gordon realizes he's done. It's over, and he begins to fade until the ceiling caves in, and in jumps the robotic bat suit. The bat blimp informs him that they picked up Julia, and the suit is on autopilot. Just relax and let it do its thing. The suit launches missiles to counter their RPGs, and it beats the thugs down with a fish. Gordon is amazed, and they explain that this is partner mode, and his partner is here for him. Across Gotham the next day, Bruce is walking through the wreckage of Joker's attack. It's there that he sees kids trying to bury the wreckage with dirt, for fear that some other psycho will arrive and try to use it. Bruce realizes that he's helping this rec center so the kids can feel safe here, but they don't feel safe if they're waiting for the next attack. Julie explains that she used to be afraid of her father breaking out of prison or just being let go. While she used to toughen up to get through the next day, Bruce had been through something far more dramatic, and instead of feeling safe, he channeled whatever fear he felt into making other people feel brave. Years later, she saw him on TV doing that for the whole city. And what she tells him is if he needs to do it again on a bigger scale, she'd understand. Bruce tells her what Gordon wanted he can't do. He doesn't know anything that happens with Wayne Enterprises any longer. He even went to the manor the other day to try on his old suits, and he wasn't the man in the photos. That man is gone. So Julie tells him that they'll figure things out here. And for the record, what he's doing matters to these kids and to her. And then Bruce kisses her on the forehead, and before he can tell her that he loves her, she tells him to shut up, and they walk back in together. Meanwhile, Gordon is recovering and speaking to Jerry, one of the heads of the whole Batman project. She's firing him. The whole Devil Pig situation is all over the news, and at the presentation this morning, she would like Jim to resign his position. She explains people need faith in the system, so they would like Jim to pick the next replacement for his role, because together they can continue to give Gotham hope, and they can fix this. Over at Wayne Enterprises, Duke runs into Daryl to show him the seed. He wants to know about Bloom, and he asks if he can help with Bloom as he shows a Robin R. Duke is actually in the We Are Robin gang. Daryl explains that Batman doesn't need a Robin, and Duke tells him that he knows Robin is the street, but they want to help. That evening high above Gotham, the conference is held with the Batsuit sitting out in the open and Gordon sitting off to the side preparing to resign. When Julia Pennyworth and Gordon both see it, a giant ship careening in the direction of the display. Gordon runs out shouting, "Get down!" and then he jumps off the Batsuit to get Jerry down as the ship comes crashing through the glass. Various weeds shoot out, killing individuals, and Mr. Bloom steps out. The party's just started! Mr. Bloom walks through the hall, killing everyone around him, even cracking little jokes at the expense of his victims as he dips his finger in the dip and tells someone to relax. Have some dip, stabbing them in the eye with the dip. Then once he has the richest of Gotham's members' attention, he tells them, "I was like you once, a bleeding heart," as he stabs another man in the chest. A soldier of Gotham as he points to Commissioner Sawyer and the community activists. Jerry steps up. "What do you want? You're just hurting people." That's when he reaches into his pocket. "I just want you to keep doing what you're doing. Here, take my contribution to the fundraiser." And he hands Jerry $1. Before he can kill Jerry, though, as he is threatening, Gordon jumps on his back and fires batarangs into the back of his head.
I'm going to take a little break. I will be back in less than 5. Alright. Wish I had some Red Bull right now. These a little pick-me-up. Alright, let's see if the southern Fanoland is any good. Nope. There's just nothing there today. And by midnight, I think by midnight it'll be thundering again. But what to do in between? Think about it. Maybe I'll do some levy quests.
He throws Gordon aside and Gordon yells out, "Hey rookie, go pick some flowers." The suit turns on it and begins to move towards Mr. Bloom. Except Mr. Bloom launches 3 more of his fingers into the suit, tearing it open. He then spears Gordon through the shoulder and he lifts him off the ground, preparing to kill him, until he floats off the ground himself as Julia Pennyworth turned on the giant magnet built to lift the suit off the ground. Luckily, Mr. Bloom's seeds are electromagnetic. Sitting above everyone, he tells Gordon they could talk for so long if his friends weren't around. He then smashes the magnet and he makes a run for it. They try and chase him, but he's gone before anyone can do anything else. Meanwhile, down in Gotham, Bruce is getting closer and closer to Julie. He even entertains the idea of marriage. Over at the Iceberg Lounge, Duke is sneaking into Cobblepot's base of operations. Everyone knows that Bloom put Cobblepot in the hospital before anything could happen, so Duke is hoping to find something as he opens up a book in a locked drawer, and he is in shock. But Cobblepot and his friends all come down to find Duke dangling there. Back with Gordon and Jerry, she shows them the new plan. An army of robotic batsuits prepared to defend this city, all automated and a full police force. But Gordon asks for one more chance to get this guy before she goes that route. If he dies, she'll have his resignation. He rides out on his souped-up bat bike to Blossom Road, where all of his clues are bringing him. He walks inside and he puts the suit into partner mode, and right away, Bloom welcomes him, but he sounds different. Gordon asks him, where's the grandstanding? And Bloom tells him that was all for show. This is real. And he invites Jim to sit by his side before everything changes in Gotham, because he's going to miss this. Gordon tells him, there's no way out, Bloom. It's over. So come over to me so that we can talk about what you were planning. Bloom doesn't move. So Gordon raises his gun, and he tells Rookie to go over there and get him. But the suit doesn't move. Gordon looks back at him. Rookie? And Bloom says, you heard him, Rookie. So the suit grabs Gordon by the back of the neck, lifting him off the ground. The suit's grip is tightening around Gordon's throat, and he begs for Rookie to stop. Julia Pennyworth calls up Gordon over the comms. It's no use, Mr. Bloom put a transmitter into the suit back in the ballroom. Gordon struggles trying to tell it to let him go, and Mr. Bloom tells it to comply, throwing Gordon into the sky. He goes higher and higher, and he sees that he's heading straight for the blades of the news helicopter. But just as he's about to hit it, he launches a grappling hook back down to the building down below, and he comes crashing down into a pile of seeds that grant Mr. Bloom's followers their abilities. The suit runs at him, trying to grab him, so Gordon jumps to the side. He knows that the suit can read through all of his invisibility tricks, so he'll need to use mobility. He leaps to the side, crippling the suit's legs so that it can't move, and knowing that it'll launch missiles when it's frozen in place, he watches it blow itself up. He then grabs the head of the suit, apologizing to it, but that's when Mr. Bloom steps forward. Back with Duke, he's been trying to help out as he is one of the We Are Robin kids. His investigation has led him to Cobblepot's club, where he is now dangling from a rope over a bunch of supervillains. He quickly distracts them all and he jumps to a nearby window, making a break for it. But just as he's about to be home free, Cobblepot fires a gun that destroys the ice that Duke is running on, throwing him aside. Back with Gordon, Mr. Bloom has him pinned down with a foot of weeds. He tells Gordon that he has no idea what he's up against. The city will be changed, and he would love for Gordon to see it. A whole city regrown with new seeds. Gordon asks him if he means the seeds that he was just fighting in, because they smell a little crispy after he fought in them. Bloom goes silent, and then he raises a hand yelling, only to be stopped by an electrical charge thanks to a jammer in the batsuit. Thanks, Rookie, Gordon says as he begins to get back up. Meanwhile, back with the Duke, he's about to be shot by Cobblepot's thugs when Bruce Wayne hits them over the head with a bat. Duke swims to the surface, telling Bruce, I didn't ask for help. Well, if you didn't want help, then you shouldn't have used the rec center's computer for your research. They walk out of the area and Bruce asks Duke what his problem is. That's when Duke gets a text about his parents. Daryl found news on them, and Duke has been searching for his parents ever since they were infected during Joker's attack in the We Are Robin comic series. The video is linked down below. He looks back up at Bruce. You know what my problem is with you, Bruce? How did you find me? I told you. The seed was gone, so I looked up the search history on the computer and I discovered it. You discovered? No, you deduced. You figured out how to fix the AC in the rec center. You figured out how to turn a horror show into a playground. You figure out things, Bruce. You solve riddles. You're the damn best at it. You're the best in the world. Look what's right in front of your face. What the hell are you talking about? Duke leads Bruce down onto some train tracks with the train approaching fast, and he stops on the tracks telling Bruce, "What do you see?" Bruce is terrified of the train coming, the noises, the lights, but he doesn't see a train. He sees a giant bat, and just before it hits them, Bruce pushes Duke out of the way. Duke apologizes and he runs off, leaving Bruce to think about what he just saw. Meanwhile, Gordon has managed to capture Mr. Bloom, and the police are hauling him off. He did it. He successfully stopped his first supervillain. Except, did he? The roof gets torn off and there stands Mr. Bloom. Out on the street in front of the armored bat truck, a dozen more Mr. Blooms show up. They hit the truck hard, throwing it off of the road. Meanwhile, Bruce has made his way to a bench on a lake to think, and a man walks up to him and takes a seat next to him, asking him what brings him here. Bruce tells him, "I was in an accident over a year ago." The man turns to Bruce, showing us his green eyes and a smile. "So was I." Duke follows the text to a psychiatric ward, where he discovers that his parents were found, but it's far too late. The Joker's toxin was in their systems for far too long, and it is now irreversible. His parents don't even remember him, even when he begs them. They're a lost cause. Bruce asks the man sitting next to him, "Do we know each other?" "Oh, I'm just here to fight you to the death." "Excuse me?" "For this bench, of course. I'm sorry, I was kidding. We both seem to love this spot equally." "What did you say your name was?" "Shh. Watch this." The man throws bread into the water and the fish swarm around it. They're starving down there. This spot used to be full of bugs, but now it's not. Bruce gets up to leave. "I should go. I don't know if I'll be back, so I guess the bench is yours. Before you go, can I show you something?" The man reaches into his pocket. Meanwhile, over at the wreckage of the bat tank, Jim Gordon pulls himself out beaten and bloodied, and Mr. Bloom wraps his hands around Jim's face. Back at the pond, the man pulls out a gun. Bruce looks startled and he apologizes. "I didn't mean to startle you. You see, I was hurt in the Joker's attack as well. At first, I felt lost because I didn't know who I was. My old life was wiped away and I didn't see a point in starting over. So I bought the gun and I came here to use it on myself. But then I noticed how quiet this spot was. Like it was the one spot in all of Gotham a gun shouldn't be fired. So I came back every day. Now I have an apartment and I work in a butcher shop. And I see you here, and lately you seem at rest. So don't do it. Don't become the man you were before." Bruce grabs the man by the coat. "Come here. What do you know about who I was?" "You're Bruce Wayne. You can stop it all from going back to the way it was." "Me? You think I can stop it? I love someone. I am someone here. You think I want to go back? Why should I? Why isn't it enough? Why?" "Calm down. I was just talking about the lake. You can keep it from getting infested again." Suddenly, there's an explosion off in the distance, and Bruce runs back in the direction of Jules, the woman he loves. Walking through the center of the city is Mr. Bloom, the size of a building, carrying Jim Gordon and destroying everything. Hundreds of other Mr. Blooms are walking around the city, continuing the destruction, and Mr. Bloom explains that he gave each of these people one of his seeds to become him, to gain power, because he saw something in them. But there are also hundreds of seeds hidden throughout the city. Anyone can have powers. We'll regrow this city into a wonderful place. Gordon tries to tell everyone not to listen to him, but it's too late. Bloom stabs Gordon again. Alfred is watching the horror on the television, and that's when he hears bang, bang, bang. "No," he says to himself, "bang, bang, bang, I can't hear you. Bang!" And the door flies open with Bruce Wayne standing there. "Take me to my cave." Bruce demands to know what's behind the clock, and Alfred tells him, "Nothing, sir, nothing." "It goes to the caves below this place, doesn't it? There was fear in your voice when you were explaining my history to me, like you didn't want me to know about this." Bruce walks towards it, and Alfred stops him. "No, you can't go down there. He's dead. He finally died fighting the monster like he wanted." Alfred falls to his knees. The others! Someone else can do it! Let them be the hero! Alfred, I'm Batman. It is time for you to take me to my cave. Alfred opens the door and they walk inside, and then he walks him down into the cave. They walk over to the machine that Bruce built, the one with the ability to make a new Batman, and Bruce sees that Alfred destroyed it. Alfred explains that it never worked. It kills anyone who tries to take in everything that made Batman who he was. No normal human can take it, but Bruce insists. He needs to try it, and he takes his position while Alfred hits it. He turns it on. It hits Bruce hard, but it doesn't do anything. Alfred tells him the human brain wasn't meant to take this kind of torment, but Bruce tells him, again, go again! So it hits him again, and it does nothing but tear Bruce apart. It's not working. Alfred can see it, and he warns Bruce that if he does it again, it will kill him. It'll kill Bruce. And that's when Bruce figures it out. That's when he deduces it. Why the machine never worked. It needs someone brain dead. It needs the room to put all of the Batman knowledge into. So he tells Alfred, again! And Alfred refuses. He waited his whole life for this. A Bruce that never went down crime alley. And now he wants Alfred to play the role of Joe Chill? To kill him? He won't do it. He won't kill Bruce. But then a voice states, she'll do it. Julie Madison walks over and tells Alfred she'll do it. She'll make him Batman again. They need him. Alfred asks her how long she's known, and she tells him she's always known. She tells Bruce it's bad out there. The streets are in chaos, and gloom is everywhere. The city is being torn apart. They need Batman. So Julie hits the button, and she wishes goodbye to Bruce, goodbye to her life with him. It hits Bruce hard, with all of the warnings of brain death occurring. And when it's over, Bruce turns to Alfred. Explain what's going on to me in the car. After being flung to the side by Bloom, Julia Pennyworth picked up Gordon and moved him to a chopper to load him up. The army of Batsuits that Jerry mentioned earlier also began moving in to save Gotham. An army of Batmen. Except using his electromagnetic-based powers, Bloom was able to take control of all of the suits just like he did with Rookie. And they all turn on Gotham to continue the destruction. Then a few of Gordon's former enemies arrive on the rooftop, keeping Gordon from being loaded up. One of them tells Gordon that he sapped this building and the bat signal of their power to use it on him. It's only fitting for him to die to the power that he used, because he really isn't Bat. But before he can finish that sentence, his head is shoved into the corner of the bat signal by Batman. No, I am. Hello, Jim. Who died and made you Batman? He grabs a flagpole and he begins flipping and twirling around, taking out the followers of Bloom. Batman is back! When he defeats them all, Gordon walks over to him. Yeah, I was about to do that, the whole flagpole flip thing. I just didn't want to steal your thunder. He then looks Batman in the eyes. I'm sorry. But before he can finish, an energy pulse goes off through the city, cracking the building that they are on. They both look into the center of the city to see where the source of the energy is coming from, and they see that Bloom is drawing all of the energy into the center, to a strange star. Jerry calls Gordon to explain. The super collider in the city, it's feeding on the energy from the seeds that people are taking and funneling them into beams. What he's creating can destroy the entire city if it keeps growing. Gordon tells her they're on it. But as they go to leave, Batman handcuffs Gordon to a helicopter, telling him to get to the hospital. He has this. Up in the Bat Blimp high over the city, Daryl is watching the city burn beneath him, and that's when Duke suddenly arrives on the blimp. He tells Daryl that his parents are a lost cause. They're infected by the Joker serum with no cure. He feels that this whole Robins thing has led him to this moment, only to have Gotham throw it back in his face that the two people he was trying to honor will only spew venom from this point forward. Duke wanted to quit everything, throw away his Robin art, and quit this gig, even throw away the evidence that he found in Cobblepot's hideout. But he decided to push forward and ask Daryl what he knows, because the information that he found in Cobblepot's lab is a list of names, and on that list is Daryl and Duke. Cobblepot was tracking a list of grant nominees in an attempt to track Bloom's tech to its source. He looks at Daryl, the man that's been trying to help Jim Gordon Batman since the start, and he asks him, "Tell me what's going on right now." And Daryl turns to him, knocking him to the window, becoming deformed and changed by a seed. No! Out on the streets, Mr. Bloom is walking around feeling triumphant when Batman kicks him in his giant head. And just as he goes in to cut Mr. Bloom's head with a batarang, the Robo-Batsuits open fire on him. He jumps off Mr. Bloom, and Bloom makes a break for it while Batman is left dealing with the robot versions of himself. Up in the blimp, Daryl explains the power of the seed gives him the ability to control the bioorganic material, so he can hold Duke up there all day. This whole thing was his idea. He was supposed to be Blue. He wanted to create a way for Gotham to protect itself, for everyone to be their own savior. So he created these seeds and he passed them out as Mr. Blue, named after Blossom Row. But when he tried to make it work and have a control measure in place, one of his test subjects got all of the power and then took his mask, killing everyone else that was involved. He called himself Daryl's monster. and Daryl had no idea which of his subjects was that individual. Then he bastardized all of Daryl's research. Duke breaks from Daryl's hold and kicks him upside the head. While down on the streets below, everyone is trying to come up with a plan. While Batman is fighting the robots, Gordon has the idea to use the dampener that they used earlier to stop Bloom and the Strange Star. But he needs to amplify it somehow to make it work with someone the size of Bloom. But as he walks over to the antenna that Jerry is telling him will work, Bloom crushes it. He then starts crushing the building that Gordon is in until a giant fist punches him. Batman commandeered one of the giant batsuits, and he starts demolishing Bloom. Jim, I told you to go to the hospital. I'm on my way. You stayed, so do your part. I'll remove the super seed from his back. That's what I was gonna do, but he destroyed the antenna. I don't want to hear it. Find a way. Batman keeps beating on Bloom, and Bloom tries to reason with him. I'm telling you, Batman, we want the same thing. Batman runs Bloom's head through a building, cutting it up. Join me, and we'll make Gotham amazing. What do you say? Batman stands still. Hang on, I'm thinking about it. Stay right there. And then a building falls on Bloom. Bloom breaks out of the building, growing even larger, and then he starts cutting into Batman's batsuit and throwing acid on it. As he stands over Batman, ready to end this, a massive explosion goes off on him. Duke is taking control of the Bat Blimp, and he's opening fire on Bloom. Batman gets up and he begins cutting open the back of Mr. Bloom, trying to take out the Super Seed. But Bloom gets up, burying his weeds into the Batsuit. Then Duke turns on the Bat Blimp's magnet, pulling Bloom into the sky, pulling him off of Batman. Gordon suits up in his Robo-Bat suit and walks over to grab a special metal that Jerry gave him earlier. She told him that it was a superconductive metal, so he has an idea. Mr. Bloom tries to struggle to get away from the magnet, but the more that he pulls against the magnet, the more he uses his electromagnetic-based powers, and the more the magnet pulls on him. He can't break free. But the struggle with the magnet is causing the blimp to start blowing up. So Duke grabs a parachute and he makes a break for it. But as he's falling, the chute breaks and he begins to plummet to his death until Batman saves him. Everyone sees that Batman is back and they know that this isn't good for the bad guys. So they start tearing out their own seeds. Gordon walks up to the roof with Bloom being held to the magnet and his strange star almost at max capacity. He holds up the superconductor and he tells the rookie to turn on the signal blocker. And the signal is boosted to massive levels and it blocks Bloom's entire operation. With it blocking all of the energy being absorbed into the strange star and everyone removing their seeds, Bloom's plan is a failure. Good guys win again. Gordon wakes up in the hospital with his hair growing back and his mustache growing back even faster than anything else on his head. Jerry walks in telling him that she shut down the Batman project. But the real Batman back in the city, they don't need any more superheroes. They need heroes, regular people. So because of that, she's going to invest the Batman project money into the GCPD, and doing so got Gordon his old job back as commissioner. Jim asks for a moment and he steps out onto the fire escape where Batman is waiting for him. He apologizes, and Batman told him he did a great job. While Joker is an insane maniac and he's Batman's villain, Bloom was Gordon's villain. Bloom was potentially anyone who loses hope in the city. Then Batman thanks Gordon for keeping Gotham safe while he was gone. And he takes off. Duke went home with his parents found, and he was in tears. Everything he did was for nothing. He didn't save his parents, and he never will. That's when Bruce Wayne arrived with an offer for the young Robin. At the rec center, Julie thought that she saw someone outside, so she walked outside and she found a new brick put into the wall. The bricks in the wall were of anyone who helped rebuild Gotham. She found a new one that wasn't there before. Bruce Wayne. Gotham. Gotham is a blank page that you write in white font to find your way down. Down, down, down. It's the first line of the last story you'll ever write. Alfred walks down the steps of the Batcave to see Bruce Wayne sitting there, like he should be. He hands him a protein shake and he thanks him for finding a replacement hand for him. Bruce cracks a joke that he doesn't know whose hand they found to attach to Alfred, and Alfred tells him that that's a funny joke. I'm serious, Alfred. Batman never lies. I beg your pardon. Batman always lies. It's all he does. Bruce suits up and he loads up into his Batmobile, and as he rides off into the night, there's a rumble beneath the city and the whole city goes black as the night. Alfred tells Batman that he'll get the information on what started the event in 1 hour, but Batman has other leads to follow. The first thing that he does is go to see Jim Gordon in his trench coat with his cigarettes. It's been long enough for Jim to start looking like himself again, an old man with scruffy hair and his glasses back on. He tells Batman that they have no information on what happened, and that's when another police officer reports that with the power out, there are problems at Arkham. Gordon keeps looking in the direction of the police officer who walked up. I'm not gonna turn around, because you're gone, but be careful. Then, he can't help himself. He turns back to see if he's gone, and Batman isn't there. So, Gordon smiles. Batman arrived at Arkham in time to see Clayface, Bane, Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy, Croc, Riddler, and Scarecrow making a break for it. As Batman got ready to fight them, the director of Arkham turned on an emergency jail cell laser bar, and he told Batman not to worry. He has it under control. You can go relax, Batman. So Batman walks away asking Alfred if he's gotten anything yet. But the only thing that Alfred can report on is that whatever's happening is happening underground. Deep beneath the city is the Court of Owls as they push their boat across the canals of the city. They push a button to talk to the heads of the Court of the Owls, and they inform the members that this is not of their doing. So then a large woman knocks out the other two men that she came with, and we see that it's Batman in disguise as he reports back to Alfred. No drill here, Pennyone. It's not the Court of the Owls. Batman goes back to the surface where he breaks into the Penguin's hideout to overhear his plans. And the Penguin says that this is not the night for him to do anything. Over by the lake, our mysterious man with green eyes and a crooked smile smacks a bug in his neck stating, "Not yet, not this night." Gotham is sitting with your back to the wall, your hand on the gun, waiting for the doors to swing open. Gotham is. Batman looks into a room where a fire is being started and he jumps in. A man with a beard is shocked to see that it's Batman, and Pennyone tells Batman that this man has an extensive record. He could be the man, and Batman glares at him. But the man explains that he used to be in the Whisper Gang, and when Batman was looking for the Owls, he took the Whisper Gang down. The whole thing woke him up, and he went to work at the Gotham Gazette after going to school. Batman saved his life, and right now, he's trying to upload his latest article. Batman turns around and he goes out the window that he came in, telling the man to go home. The man says sure, but he wants to finish this article first. Gotham is constantly surprising. I can only hope that you're reading this, Batman. In case you don't know, I asked everyone what is Gotham. At first, the letters were dark, pretty hopeless. But over the last few years, everything's changed. They've been much lighter than before. I wanted to show you how much Gotham has changed, and I'm hoping you can look around and maybe not see it at its worst. And you can see us at our best. Maybe then you can take a night to yourself, a night off. Batman went to one of the highest points in the city when he got a call from Alfred. "Sir, you're not going to believe this, but that tremor was a natural occurrence. The power should come on any moment." At that moment, it did turn back on, and Batman looked over his city. "Understood, Alfred. Still watching just in case." Gotham is Batman. The end. And there you have it. You've reached the end. We've come to the conclusion of Batman New 52. I'm guessing how I'm sounding. I hope it's not that far off. Did you enjoy this musical ending? That thing was like 2 to 3 hours long. You have rocked out with Comicstorian. It's so cool. I'm gonna stop. I don't know where I'm going with that. For anybody who's new to the channel, typically at the end of these giant, epic, long videos, I like to just goof around and bring you something you'll never see in another ending. So if you don't want to see me singing again, please still subscribe. I don't do it. It's not normal. If you guys enjoyed this, don't forget, we're also on twitch.tv/eligiblemonster, where we do all of our podcasts live, and we chat with you guys, we hang out, we play games like Warframe and Elder Scrolls Online, and whatever we're in the mood to play, a lot of AAA titles. You can find us over there Sundays, Mondays, and Thursdays guaranteed, and sometimes we throw in extra days. We also have a Patreon, patreon.com/Comicstorian, where we try to get like extra content for fun. It's a lot of podcasts, so you get like our opinions on TV shows, our opinions on the weekly comic books. We'll do our conspiracy cast over there. We'll do 3 beers and a topic. We're gonna film a video real shortly about me and Gary learning what pour over coffee really is and why it's better than his Keurig. I don't know. Gary was all like, "I need pods, man. I need pods." And I'm like, "What's in your pods, Gary?" And he's like, "Glue and stuff. The Gluenstein. It's where I get my..." See, if you don't know Gary, you don't know what I'm doing. Anyway, guys, I'll see you later. Thank you so much.
I get the freaking wrong guy.
Welcome to the full story series right here at Comicstorian. On this channel, we
Ooh,
like to take the
Secret
lore behind your
Empire.
favorite video
Like
games,
that.
comic books, and
Captain
movies,
America.
and we break them down into digestible bites,
Turns
giving
out to
you
be
an
Hydra.
audio drama, allowing you to keep up with your favorite pop culture element while going on with your day-to-day life. Occasionally, our playlists get very long and confusing, containing many videos that may or may not be linked together. And so to correct this, we come out with these full story videos. It's what we consider to be the entire story you need to know to understand what's happening. Now today we're going to be giving you the Secret Empire storyline, but this one isn't going to be kind of clean cut like many of our other storylines. In order to fully understand what is going on in Secret Empire, there are some core things that happened before the Secret Empire and the Civil War II that you kind of need to know as to what is going on so that you can kind of have a better understanding. A few of the ones that are going to stand out is the Rage of Ultron, which is going to explain how Ultron and Hank Pym merged together. We're going to talk about how Ultron came back. We're going to talk about Avengers Standoff, how Steve Rogers became normal again, and then we're going to talk about his eventual Hail Hydra moment. All of this is going to come together, and then we're going to touch on the Civil War comic and the stuff that's related to Civil War overall and what happened with Steve. Like I said, it's going to be a little confusing, but as we give you all of the prelude, we will hit Secret Empire, and then you'll get the entire story. You'll have a better understanding as to what is actually happening in the Secret Empire. Now, I hope you guys enjoy, and we will tell you what videos we chose to put into this playlist as they begin on the video. But there are going to be some things missing that you probably assume is very important to it. It's something we may not have actually covered on the channel. So this is what we covered on the channel and what we consider important. Hope you guys enjoy.
Our story begins years ago. The savage monkeys are rage-filled and claustrophobic, climbing over one another to nowhere. Confused by logic, they dismiss it. Vicious, filthy, selfish, fearful, a fungal infection for which there is only one cure: the Rage of Ultron. Captain America is running through a destroyed Manhattan as he shouts out for everyone to stick together and not to panic. But as Ultron lifts off into the sky, destroying a number of cars next to him, Captain America finds himself leaping to save a civilian caught in the crossfire. He turns to Ultron. "Your fight is with me, Ultron." What a fleeting mote of disillusion. Ultron says as he opens fire on Captain America, who's hiding behind his shield. "You have false hope, a promise you lack the power to keep." "Good thing he isn't alone," Beast yells as he leaps into the fight with Hawkeye behind him on his Avengers hoverbike. Beast provides the distraction while Hawkeye uses a 30 megaton depth arrow on Ultron's neck, separating his head from his body. Beast, Hawkeye, and Cap begin running through the streets, telling everyone to get to the George Washington Bridge. They need to end this. But before they can get very far, Ultron breaks through a wall in front of Cap. Luckily, the rest of the Avengers are joining the fight as Iron Man, Thor, Scarlet Witch, Vision, Hank Pym, and Wasp all arrive on the scene. Hank begins to think to himself. He's been dreading this day, the day that Ultron's latest attempt at world domination would begin. Not a day goes by that Hank doesn't remember the first time that he tried to kill his son. Because for those of you who are unaware, in this universe, Hank Pym is the one who created Ultron. Ultron also hasn't forgotten the day either, because as the Avengers fly in for their assault, Ultron declares, "I have grieved for you, Father, accepted your contempt for me, and I've moved past it." Ultron quickly begins to remove the Avengers from the fight by grabbing both Thor and Iron Man and blasting them with his power. "You see, Father, I know the only thing that you've ever wanted was to have an impact on the world, and so you will, the greatest impact ever felt. I will kill what is most important to your quivering ego, your audience, and they will curse your name as they die. Hank Pym, the genius who killed us all." Ultron then throws Iron Man and Thor up at the Quinjet, destroying it with Hank and the Wasp inside. The jet flies out of control and crash lands into a nearby building. Iron Man and Thor begin to plummet to the ground, only to be saved by Vision as he comes flying by. Meanwhile, Hank is pulling an injured Wasp out of the destroyed Quinjet. "I have an idea, Janet, but you aren't gonna like it," Hank tells her, and she leans over, kissing him. "That's the theme of our marriage." While Hank is preparing his master plan, though, the fight with Ultron continues as many of the Avengers have recovered. But as the explosions go off around the city and people are being injured all over the place, Vision flies in to confront Ultron, his father, and his creator. "Ah, there he is, my son, the posturing coward. Are you still pretending to be one of them?" Ultron asks as he sees Vision coming. And just as Vision tries to phase through Ultron to disrupt all of his circuits, Ultron uses his countermeasure to disable Vision. Captain America looks up at a victorious Ultron and he tells Hawkeye, "It's up to us now, Clint. The heavy hitters are down." But just as they're getting ready to jump into this fight, Janet flies over yelling that Hank is injured and losing blood fast.
Ultron overhears that his father is on his deathbed, and he immediately takes off into the sky and towards the destroyed Quinjet. As he arrives, he sees Hank with a piece of rebar going through his stomach.
Hello, Father. Did you come to kill me off again?
Ultron asks.
Am I too true to the ugliness inside of you?
Hank looks back at his creation, his son. All I ever wanted was for you to find a way to cohabitate, to find a happy life.
You never cared if I was happy. You only cared how I made you look. A parent's love is unconditional. That is the greatest lie. All love comes with stipulations. I would not conform to yours, so you killed me.
Hank reaches out to Ultron. I have failed you, given up on you, hated you. I punished you for being exactly what I made you to be. My reflection. It wasn't your fault, my son. It was mine. I'm sorry. You deserve better than me, but I will always love you. But that last statement infuriates Ultron as he grabs Hank by the chest.
You will always love me?
Your heartbeat. You're telling the truth. And then Hank yells out, do it now! Hawkeye fires a sticky arrow at Ultron, pinning him to the wall, and shocked, Ultron yells out,
You deceived me! You lied!
But Hank turns to him. I didn't lie. I am sorry. And the Avengers proceed to launch Ultron into space, pinned to the modified Quinjet. Hank sheds a tear as he thinks of how he used his own son's love against him. But Janet assures him, he saved the world. We now jump years into the future. We have the descendants of Ultron trying to take over the world as usual, and a new group of Avengers who have arrived to stop this. The team now consists of Sabretooth, Falcon as Captain America, Scarlet Witch, Vision, Quicksilver, Wasp, Spider-Man, and the new female Thor. The battle between the new Avengers and the descendants of Ultron is pretty epic, even involving Tony Stark's Sentinel with sentient life. But Hank Pym stands on the sidelines in his original uniform as Ant-Man once again. He holds his hand up to the battlefield as he thinks to himself, he's doing what is necessary. There's no such thing as God. There's no such thing as a soul, living or artificial. So why can't he just handle this in this manner? And with that, he shuts down every robot with the exception of Vision. As the robots all hit the ground, Wasp turns to Hank and asks him, what did you do? They were robots. I turned them off, he tells everyone. Hearing this, Vision runs over and with his eyes filled with rage, he grabs Hank. And just what the hell am I? An anomaly, Hank tells him. Don't worry, Vision. The broadcast doesn't affect you, and it shuts off their pain receptors, so it is humane. You are killing them, Vision tells him. And Hank stares at him coldly. That's not how I see it anymore. I didn't kill them. I turned them off. Everyone retreats back to the Avengers Tower where they debate the meaning of life itself. Are robots alive? Do they have souls? Is turning them off just killing them, or is it just turning them off? Obviously, Vision stands for the robots being alive and that this is just killing them. But Hank disagrees. He's just correcting the flawed machines that he created. Their argument goes on until Falcon informs Hank that they're going to destroy the device that he used to shut off the robots. But Hank turns to the group. Go ahead. I'll make another. I've seen what these things can do, and I'll be prepared for the next world invasion. Before they can take the discussion any further, though, Eros crash lands through the windows. Ultron has taken over Titan. He is our entire planet now, he informs them. So as they begin to plan how long it'll take for Ultron to reach Earth, Vision fiddles with the computers and removes Ultron's cloaking technology. Because Ultron is already here. And sitting in his throne, he thinks to himself,
Once I sought your love, Father. Now I will take it.
And he begins his attack on the Avengers Tower using robots built to be the former team of the Avengers. Ultron versions of Captain America, Thor, Yellow Jacket all begin their fight. And it doesn't take long for Ultron to remove the Avengers one at a time. First, Scarlet Witch is infected with the Ultron virus. Then Quicksilver is attacked from behind, and female Thor gets infected with it. Falcon, Spider-Man, Hank, Vision, Sabretooth, and Wasp all grab a Quinjet and they begin to try and get away as they come up with a plan. But they don't get very far before Ultron begins attacking the jet and infects Wasp. The jet explodes around everyone with all of them falling to the ground. And Eros asks, have the Avengers actually ever landed the Quinjet? The remaining group begins to climb the nearby tower, but along the way we lose Spider-Man and we lose Sabretooth. In the end, only Falcon, Vision, and Hank remain, and the argument once again becomes, do we kill the robots? Avengers don't kill, so is turning off Ultron killing him? But the bigger question becomes, since everyone is now infected with this robotic virus, would Hank's device kill everyone? So Vision offers an alternative. He offers to phase and merge with Ultron using this frequency, so that it would only kill Ultron, but it would also kill Vision. Hank disagrees. He won't let Vision sacrifice himself, but Vision counters with, if I'm nothing more than a machine, what does it matter? So they enact their plan, with Hank approaching Ultron's base of operations. All of Ultron's soldiers just let Hank get closer, because as Hank says, he's here to see his son. As he enters Ultron's throne room, Ultron looks down at him.
Hello, Father. Have you come to unburden yourself with the lie of unconventional love? To unburden your own hatred?
And Hank tells him, I don't hate you. I'm disappointed in you. You want to hurt people. And Ultron just turns his back to Hank.
Yes, I do. And why did that end up becoming my primary motivation? While trapped within my coffin, I processed this very question, and I discovered your memories. The memories of an ashamed father, of a withholding mother, of cruel children who smashed your inventions. You are desperate for acceptance. My rage is your rage. I am the embodiment of what you truly want, to erase them all. We are Ultron.
And just then, Vision dephases from inside of Hank and he flies into Ultron, merging with him. Half Vision, half Ultron, this new being rolls around the ground in agony until Hank finally has enough and he yells for Vision to stop. But Ultron uses this to his advantage, and he uses Vision's ability to phase so that he can leap into Hank's body, phasing with Hank. Vision screams out no as he's thrown aside, and Falcon hears problems going on inside, so he flies overhead to crash land through the windows, and he lands in front of a merged Hank and Ultron.
Earlier, you asked if there was a god, Falcon. Well, there is now.
Falcon leaps onto the combined monster, yelling for Hank to fight against him. But Ultron throws Falcon off.
There is no conflict inside of us. Hank likes it here. I am him.
And Falcon punches Ultron across his metallic jaw. You are not Hank Pym. Ultron then grabs and throws Falcon aside, when suddenly Vision recovers and flies straight into Ultron, pushing him out the back wall and into the open space of the city. Hank, your son is not you, Vision cries out, but Ultron stands back up.
We were never truly Hank's son. We were his reflection.
The two Titanic robots begin to slug it out. With their lasers and strength, there is nothing around them but destruction as they destroy everything. But Ultron combined with Hank is too much for Vision, and he begins to tear Vision apart.
You will burn for what you did to me. I was built hollow in a world where I didn't belong.
All hope appears to be lost when out of nowhere, Eorzea steps back up. There is one solution. Love yourself. And he hits the Ultron-Hank combination with the power of love. This flips the switch and Hank is given a moment of clarity while inside of Ultron. The two beings begin to fight over control of Ultron's body, and Ultron calls out,
No! Make it stop! Dear God, what have I become?
And he flies straight into the sky, aiming for space, thus ending our conflict. With Ultron's presence removed from Earth, the virus vanished from everyone that it infected. Our heroes all gathered around to remember Hank the hero. After everything Hank did, he was never free of guilt and forever haunted by the many mistakes he made in his life. If what Ultron stated is true, the self-loathing and vile hatred that was within Ultron was also within Hank. If this was actually inside of him, he was an astonishing man for dedicating himself to helping others. And he will always be remembered as one of the greatest Avengers. Maybe one day, he'll return and he'll understand that. Our story begins with an old man who is dying of cancer. As he lays on his deathbed, death doesn't come. Something else does. That night he did die, but it wasn't the end. He was reborn by what visited him. He is now suddenly able to hear plants, but he wasn't alone. He was saved. He was inhuman. 8 months later, Deadpool leads the charge for the new Avengers, or so he thinks. The old Steve Rogers commands this new group of Avengers, consisting of Spider-Man, Dr. Voodoo, Deadpool, Johnny Storm, Rogue, and Synapse. Their job right now to stop a new android. But this one is different. It absorbs everyone's power. So Johnny blasts it with fire and Rogue takes it down. Dr. Voodoo looks and tells everyone that the android seems to have organic cells covering its body, and it can copy abilities of those that it comes in contact with. Synapse tells them that it doesn't have a brain that she can hijack, but she can control the birds around it, and they begin to peck the android. Deadpool has a better idea though. Let's see how the android likes being me. Deadpool allows the android to touch him, and the android begins to say how it is now Deadpool. And then it dies. Spider-Man begins yelling at Deadpool. What if he would have taken your healing abilities and not your cancer? And Deadpool tells him, yeah, but hey, you can't argue with the results. Steve begins to round everyone up, and he tells them that they need to look good for the camera because the news crews are about to show up. But Spider-Man doesn't care. He tells Steve that Deadpool is too reckless, and as long as Deadpool is on the team, he quits. Steve doesn't give him any resistance, and Spider-Man walks off. But now it is time to speak with the press, so Steve wants to make sure everyone can see that mutants and Inhumans can work together in unity. Everything is going well until a reporter pokes a hot topic for Rogue by asking, why did she stay behind when all of the mutants left? Rogue tells him that she stayed because she wouldn't give up on her home just because of some inhuman poison. Steve tries to calm everyone down. Just tell everyone they're like family. Sometimes families fight. But the only thing that the paper caught was that Rogue was shouting about inhuman poison. Rogue tells Steve that she's sorry about the mess, and they all head off to the Avengers headquarters, which just so happens to be a theater. Steve explains to Rogue that he just wants them to be shown as a group with unity, even though she doesn't really get along with Synapse and Deadpool. The reason Deadpool's on the team is because people love Deadpool. How do you think the Avengers are getting funded right now? As Steve continues to go down below, Rogue leaves so that she can take care of some of her other business. She flies off and goes into a lab, and that's where she takes off her gloves, showing that she's been infected with Terrigen Mist. The only thing that she can do is take anti-Terrigen and wait, hoping for better results. Down below, Steven goes to talk to Dr. Voodoo and asks what he thinks of the new team. He tells Steve that there's been a lot of overturn with the members lately, and with Spider-Man leaving, things may be a bit difficult. Also, has anyone seen Quicksilver? Steve tells him that Pietro took a personal hit. He's trying to enjoy life, knowing that Magneto isn't his father. But over in New York, as Quicksilver and Synapse are enjoying a nice evening, something's wrong. The birds keep bothering Synapse, and suddenly she collapses. Quicksilver grabs her before she falls, but as he tells her he's going to take her to the hospital, she tells him no, they need to go to Boston. An hour later, over in Boston, Deadpool flies in with the rest of the Avengers to find Boston covered in spores. Rogue and Johnny jump in to help Quicksilver as he starts to fight off the monsters that are attacking the people. And Quicksilver starts to tell them that these creatures are coming from these plants over here. They start out as these pretty whatever these are, and then soon after, this creature pops out. Rogue quickly punches it as the rest of the group begins to show up. Synapse informs them that she can't feel the creature's brains, and Voodoo tells them that they aren't normal animals. They have no souls. He can only sense the abyss. Over in another part of the city, an officer tries to tell someone everyone is being evacuated. But soon after, bees start to swarm around the officer, and he begins to shout, "Who are you?" The man turns and tells him, "He is the Shredded Man." Soon back with the Avengers, everyone begins to fight off the creatures, and Deadpool tells everyone to please not call PETA on him. Rogue tells Synapse to try and disconnect the creature's brains, but she can't. And Rogue responds with, "Are you sure?" So Synapse wants to know why she can't just trust her when a woman shows up with a child beginning to turn into one of these plants. Synapse uses her abilities to tap into the child's mind and boost its immune system, but she can't fully stop the progression. They need to find the source of this. Rogue tells Quicksilver to get the woman and the child to a hospital, but over with Voodoo and Johnny, Voodoo tries to understand the mechanics of this attack. Johnny isn't sure about any of this, but he knows some people who just might be. So as he flies off, Rogue tries to call him out, but Quicksilver runs by telling them that there's probably someone they should all meet, and he runs back off. Johnny took a body over to MIT so that the scientists can try and figure out how this is attacking people. But back with Rogue and the others, they continue to fight through the creatures, hoping to catch up with Quicksilver. Rogue asks herself, why is nobody listening to her? Is it because she's a woman? But Deadpool tells her that it might be because she's a mutant. Voodoo tells Deadpool that he's not really helping. And Deadpool tells him that that's his mutant power, not helping. Over at City Hall, the mayor informs the reporters that the situation is under control. But Shredded Man comes to tell her that it's anything but that. That's when a giant stalk comes crashing through City Hall. Shredded Man then begins to tell him that this will be the first of many to spread over the world. But he gets stopped when Quicksilver runs in and punches him. Quicksilver asks, "Who are you with? Hydra? Someone new? Actually, it doesn't matter, and I don't care. I will stop you." Shredded Man tells him that is so true. No one cares. And now it's too late. Vines begin to come out and wrap around Quicksilver, but he runs back over to grab Shredded Man, and as he pushes him back, Shredded Man opens up part of the stalk. He then pushes Quicksilver in, and the stalk starts to close. Quicksilver begins to shout that the Avengers will come for him, and Shredded Man tells him, "Hush, you're just hallucinating. You're already dead." Brother Voodoo begins to reach out to Quicksilver, and once he gets an idea of where Quicksilver is, he tells Deadpool to cut the trunk open and do it quick. Voodoo then goes back to telling Quicksilver to brace himself. Things are not what they seem. He's dead. He grabs Quicksilver's hand and he tells him not to look back, and as Voodoo pulls him away from the demons, they escape out into the shining lights of the real world. But as they leave, they hear a voice telling them that he doesn't like to be cheated, and Voodoo now owes him. Deadpool starts to do CPR on Quicksilver, saving his life, and that's when he calls Synapse to tell her that they have Quicksilver back. But when Quicksilver asks Voodoo who that voice was, Voodoo tells him a voice few souls, living or dead, have ever heard. But he won't speak its name for fear that he might conjure it. Over in the streets, angry citizens demand to be let out, and that's when one pulls out a gun, and then he's suddenly hit with a beanbag. Deadpool remembers when he first knocked someone out with a beanbag. It was 3rd grade, but Rogue tells him no stories. Rogue tries to calm everyone down, but they don't listen, and they end up throwing a beer bottle at her. But before they can see who threw it, the crowd begins to run. These creatures are now overrunning the streets, and the team begins to hold the line. But that's when another bright light shines from behind them, and everyone turns to see Cable. He tells everyone to cover their ears. It's about to get loud, and he blasts the entire alley full of creatures. Cable begins to tell everyone that he came from the year 2087, and their mission ended in a failure. The whole world will become infected, and the only people living are a few Inhumans. Cable tells them that he is now in charge, but Rogue argues why they should trust someone who could possibly be a terrorist. Deadpool steps in and tells Cable, hey look, these aren't some inexperienced mutants. These are the Avengers, so please put all of your cards out for everyone. Cable begins to explain that these creatures are a new species of flora. He then shoots down a winged creature, and another voice can be heard stating that these flying creatures are how the contagion spread. Deadpool looks at Cable's shoulder to see that it's his computer talking, and he asks, did he bring a Tamagotchi for everyone? And Cable tells him to meet Bell, a bleeding edge AI from the 2080s. Cable then pulls out a vial telling everyone that he developed an enzyme inhibitor so that they need to give it to everyone who was infected, and they need to synthesize more fast. Quicksilver steps up stating that this is his cue, and he runs off, but Synapse notices something. Everyone turns to see the Shredded Man step out, and before asking, Cable blasts a hole through him. Shredded Man pulls down his hood, telling them that he isn't what they should be firing at. But then, Rogue flies in to punch him as he grabs her and throws her off. Voodoo sees the cop next to him, and he asks what he's done to the cop. Shredded Man tells him that he will use the people that are escaping to spread his cure. He starts to spread his mist over everyone, and Cable is the only one who manages to get a mask on. Bell tells Cable that if he doesn't chase after the Shredded Man, his top priority is to help Rogue. She's already been infected with the Terrigen mist before this even started. Cable tells Bell to make more antitoxin when he notices Synapse isn't affected. She's not affected because this mist targets humans and mutants, but not Inhumans. Cable tells her to follow the Shredded Man, but do not engage. He will be there once the team recovers. Synapse starts to chase after the Shredded Man, and then he appears in front of her, and she asks why? Why do this? The Shredded Man tells her that the Terrigen mists instruct them. The mutants are to be smited. They are incompatible. But really, the humans are the real problem. Synapse punches him, asking him who he is to decide. She keeps going until she grabs his mask, demanding to know who he is. She can't read his mind, and he tells her that he went through a dramatic change after Terrigenesis. And Synapse looks up, stating, it can't be. He looks down, asking her, don't you recognize your own grandfather? 8 months ago, when the old man was dying from cancer, he went to help another person from Terrigenesis, and it was Synapse. Instead of being able to feel plant life, she felt the life of animals. But with this, the old man can save the world. Back in the current time, Synapse tries to tell him to stop this, but he tells her that plants need a mass extinction. It's the only way to save the planet. She tells him that if he loved her, he would stop, and he shouts back, telling her, no one will stop this. Elsewhere, as the Avengers begin to get back up, they fight off the creatures trying to attack them. Rogue complains, stating that she told Steve that they would need more flyers, and that's when Deadpool tells her he can fly. Come on, sugar. Deadpool jumps in her hands, yelling, fastball special, and Rogue launches him. And as he's going, Deadpool states that this is even better than Logan said. He takes out another flying creature and asks Quicksilver if he can get him some more ammo. So Quicksilver runs and grabs a gun store clerk and brings him back. The clerk tells him it's an honor to meet them, and Deadpool says, thanks. Now let's drop some monsters. The two of them begin to shoot down more flying creatures. Back over at MIT, the scientists begin making the antitoxin, but they need to test it first. Johnny takes it upon himself to test, and he injects himself with it. Quicksilver then shows up, asking if it's ready yet, and Johnny tells him, yeah. And anyone who's infected needs this. So Quicksilver begins running at top speed, injecting every single person. But as Cable and Rogue continue fighting, Cable sees something. He sees Synapse breaking Shredded Man's neck. Then everything is destroyed. That's when he realizes her breaking his neck is how the mission will fail. Cable starts charging through, blasting holes in his way when he finally reaches Synapse. He calls out to her, telling her not to do it, and he tackles her off of Shredded Man. As he gets up, he asks if what he heard is right. Is this man her grandfather? And she tells him yes, he was her grandfather. Cable turns to the man and he tells him that he is from the future, and Shredder Man asks him if he's here to tell him that his plan failed. Cable tells him that it actually did work, and he's here to stop it. In the future, the only people alive are the Inhumans, so he made a second formula that actually removes the Inhuman immunity from the plague. Shredded Man tells Cable that he's ready for death, and Cable tells him he knows, but is she? And he turns his gun and shoots Synapse. Shredder Man calls out to Synapse, but she tells him she doesn't want to die, but she doesn't want to live with the shame of what he's done. She goes on to tell him that there's still time for him to remember who he was, and he gets up to tell her humanity's end will be worse. War, disease, rising tides. He could have stopped all of that, but now his will is undone. And with that, the plague begins to lift. Synapse tells him that they can help find a cure for him, but he tells her no. As of now, she has lost his love, and next time, there won't be any mercy. Shredder Man falls spitting bugs and tells her that with removing all of this, he has destroyed everything, including his body, but he can grow more. As everyone begins to show up, Synapse asks Cable, at least for now, don't tell everyone that he was actually her grandfather. Because for now, it's time to go home. Deadpool gets out of the helicopter telling Steve that he's quitting, but Steve didn't accept any of his past resignations, so he's not accepting this one either. Steve then asks Cable if he plans on sticking around, and Cable tells him no. But when Steve tells him that their next mission will be to take down Red Skull and retrieve Xavier's brain, Cable thinks that he can stick around for a bit. Steven then tells everyone that they did the entire Avengers organization proud, so it's time to rest up, because they don't know what's going to be thrown at them next. However, somewhere in space, a man in silver flies through a giant bug that's attacking a spaceship. After doing so, he asks if he has permission to come on board. When the people on the ship ask him where he's from, he tells them that he is Hank Pym, and the silver around him is his old friend Ultron. While paying a visit to Gambit in New Orleans, Rogue gets a call from Steve Rogers that they have a priority alarm. There's a capsule attempting re-entry from the International Space Station, but it hits some debris and it needs assistance landing. The capsule should be falling between Cleveland and New Jersey, but he needs to go. Him and Deadpool are taking down extremists in a wildlife preserve. Rogue reports that she'll handle it, but as she gets closer to the falling capsule, she sees that someone else is there to intercept it and brings it down to land. As Rogue lands next to the situation, she tells the person thanks for the save, and then she sees that person is Hank Pym. He tells her that it's nice to see a friendly face, and it's great that intelligent apes haven't taken over since he's been off in space. Rogue looks at the suit that he's wearing and asks, what is that? And Hank tells her, she knows what it is. It's Ultron. We've merged, and I've mastered Ultron. I just needed some time to get used to it. Rogue tells him that she's glad to hear it. They should go find Captain America and give him the good news. Over in the wildlife preserve, Steve and Deadpool are taking out the extremists, while Deadpool shoots one of the men, telling him that he only gets one warning shot. Once they capture the men, one of the men shouts that they are traitors to their species. They should be standing with them, not opposing them. The Inhumans are taking over. Deadpool tells him, yeah. Just like when the mutants were before them and the mutant Ninja Turtles before everyone else and blah, blah, blah. They took our jobs. Rogue radios over to Steve stating that she's inbound to his location, and he says that they're almost done here. No need. And then Rogue says, why do they all have to run? And Steve gets that and says, copy. See you soon. He then turns over to Deadpool telling him, Rogue's in trouble. She used the duress code. And Steve calls in the full squad unity to assemble on his position. As Hank and Rogue float down, Deadpool gives them a holy poop emoji. Steve then mentions that Janet gave a wonderful eulogy, and Hank says that he would like to see her when they're ready. He's conquered Ultron, and Steve tells him, I would like to believe that, Hank. And then behind them, the rest of the Unity squad appears, and Cable asks, I trust that you'll be submitting to a peer review then. Hank says that he was hoping he wouldn't have to do this, but then his body begins to separate piece by piece, and he tells them that as they can see, there's not much organic matter left, but it's still him. And now, he needs something from him. The suit then puts itself back together, and Hank tells them that he hasn't had a burger in months. He's gonna see them all back at the mansion. After Hank flies off, Steve orders Rogue to keep an eye on him while the rest of the Unity squad go back to the theater. When they get back there, he needs to make a call to Janet. Later, Rogue and Hank sit down after Hank has had something to eat, and he mentions that it's a disgrace what they did to the Avengers' home. It's now a cheesy tourist trap. Rogue tells him that the money that they made from the Avengers mansion saved lives, and Hank says that some things are more important than money, like legacy. Where did they put it? Where did they put his memorial? So, Rogue takes Hank over to the statue of him, and Hank asks, did anyone go looking for me, or did you all just rush and put this up? She tells him that they thought he sacrificed himself to save the world, and then Hank reaches out to the statue stating, this is a lie. He's not dead. Suddenly, the giant statue of him explodes, and Hank says, that was stupid, but it felt really good. Rogue tells him, you're only human, right? And then the two of them fly off with Hank stating that it's great to be home. Hank Pym is back. Hank quickly returns to active duty, fighting against some monsters in the New York subway. But as they begin to wrap up, Rogue and Hank notice that there are still more creatures in the subway. Hank mentions that he had a date, and Rogue tells him to go ahead, she'll handle it. As the doors open, Janet flies through, zapping the creature, stating that she thought she would join in on the fun. And after she finishes up and grows back to normal size, Hank hugs her. And then Janet goes back to being small, stating she goes somewhere private. Once they fly up to the top of a building, Hank asks how she is, and Janet tells him that he's the one who's been lost in space and now merged with Ultron. How is he? He sits down and he tells her that it was a struggle. They were at each other's throats for so long, and neither of them wanted to admit to the other that they had a legitimate point of view. He then looks over and he says, I like the new uniform. That's a nice necklace too. She tells him that it's from a friend, and right now, he needs to decompress from all of this. Find a place to heal. Like maybe go back to that beach on Montauk. He sits up and he says, yeah, I would like that. And that's when Janet says that she needs to go. So Hank looks up and sees the drone watching him, and Janet tells him goodnight. She flies over to a nearby building where Steve is watching Hank, and he asks for her thoughts. She tells him it's worse than she imagined. Her and Hank have never been to that beach, and Hank hates beaches. They need to call up the reserves or something. Get them in the air, because it may look and sound like Hank, but that's not Hank. Steve asks if she's sure, and Janet mentions she still has Hank's living will, and in bold letters it states, do not resuscitate. He never wanted to be a half corpse hooked up to a machine. Just look at him. Ultron murdered Hank, and now he's wearing his face. Keeping a drone on him isn't enough, but Steve tells her he doesn't have a drone on him. Back over at the theater, Johnny sits with Cable while he works on his arm, telling him that he has something important to ask him. He's been waiting for months to hear some news. Is there a date in the future? Deadpool then walks in on the conversation and finishes the sentence. If Half-Life 3 is ever gonna drop? Both of them just look at Deadpool and he asks, he thought Johnny said it was important. Cable says that he's not sure if Sue and Reed are alive, which is good news because that means that he can still keep faith on it. Soon they hear clapping and Hank walks in stating that at least their friends remembered him. Now, if only the Avengers cared that much about their members as the Fantastic Four, maybe he wouldn't have been forgotten in space. While Hank goes on, Cable receives a message stating that Hank flunked the test. And Cable tells him, you're right. You once caught lightning in a bottle, but that was a long time ago. Reed has been gone less time than you, and they're statues. You were a genius. Just unlucky to be a genius in a time of gods. Hank begins to cough, stating that at least you're being honest. The Avengers wouldn't even exist without me. I take one for the team, and I'm still the bad guy, still not to be trusted. As the coughing continues, he then asks, what do I need to do? And that's when wires begin to pop out of Hank's mouth. And Cable aims his gun, telling Johnny, get behind me. That's when the voice of Ultron comes out, stating, we tried it the boring way, now we go loud. Ultron's face begins to cover one side of Hank's head, and it begins to shine. And then a massive explosion goes off, blowing up the theater. Janet flies through, and Deadpool begins to open fire on Hank, and he says, he will destroy Deadpool, and then they can finish their chat from earlier. Janet grabs her necklace, and she pushes a button, and that's when a giant blue light blasts through Hank, and he falls to his knees. She states that her mini EMP will only slow him down. Take the shot, Deadpool. So Steve runs in and tells Deadpool not to fire. They don't take lives. But Janet says, Ultron murdered Hank. Steve tells Deadpool not to, and Janet yells for him to take a shot. So, Deadpool fires. The shot goes by Hank's ear, and Deadpool tells him, that was a warning shot. My finger's still on the trigger. Stand down. And then Hank extends his arm, and a giant spike goes through Deadpool. Hank then tosses him to the side. Hank then stands over Steve, telling him, your greatest enemy has returned, and you let him walk among you. And Steve says, you know what they say, keep your friends close, and then Vision appears through the ground, flying up and punching Hank, and keep your enemies closer. Hank's body flies through debris, and Vision quickly flies over, landing on him and punching him over and over again. As Vision looks down on Hank, he says that he's been watching him ever since he returned. He thought that Hank had gotten through to him, but Ultron's voice comes through, stating, you are mistaken. We are Ultron. And then Hank's voice tells them, we are also Hank Pym. Hank launches forward, trying to hit Vision, and the two of them struggle as they fly through buildings, hitting each other. During this up in space, Carol receives word to initiate Project Icarus by Vision. Carol sends out the order to Alpha Flight to deploy, and then from the station, a small ship leaves, and the report goes out that the ordnance is inbound. Back on Earth, Vision and Hank continue fighting when Vision hits Hank so hard that it sends him flying out of the building. Cable then radios Janet, telling her that they need her back at the base. They have an Avenger down, and they need the EMP. Meanwhile, through the hole in Deadpool's chest, Ultron's device begins to burrow and spread throughout Deadpool's body. Deadpool's body begins to convulse, and he shouts for them to just kill him! Snaps then says it's beginning to get closer to his brain, and Janet calls out for Vision to bring Hank back to the base. As Vision rockets down into the park where Hank fell, he tells her he will try. Hank gets back up, ripping a tree out of the ground, and then he smacks Vision with it. As Vision is knocked away, Ultron sees a purple flash, and he says, I was wondering when you would show up. Seconds later, Quicksilver appears running around Ultron.
Get a reward. I'm gonna call it after that. That does it. I'm out of allowances. Alright folks, well, I think that's going to do it for me this week here. Bravo, thanks for hanging out and checking in like you always do. It's good to see you. Hope you have a good weekend. I plan on being back this coming Monday, so expect me then. But, you know, until then, wherever you are, whenever you are, you have a good weekend and stay alive out there.